I want to thank Richard and David and Tim for accepting to come on board with me with this many weeks ago, because there is a need for this. So thank you guys. I want to thank Neil also for putting this together at Portals of Ascension so quickly. And, it's really rare, everyone, that you get this kind of quality group of brothers here that have amazing, we're talking about very highly credentialed individuals here that have a vast array of experience with politics and, of course, ET and UFO things. And I just want to thank everyone also that had joined in with us today to learn about some very interesting new things that have come about. You're going to hear stuff today, everyone, that no one has ever heard before. There's actually things that the four of us have never discussed together that we're going to bring up. So everyone's going to leave with something, a little bit of something to understand what the current situation is here on planet Earth, especially with just what happened with the whistleblower rush. And, people are writing in, I have thousands of emails. Well, why isn't David Adair down at DC? Why isn't Emery Smith at DC? Why is the European nation don't have Tim come up front? Richard Doty's been around how long now? All these things is because they're doing a soft disclosure. Okay, so it is a slow release. And we know the whistleblower has only secondhand information. Unlike the four of us, we have direct contact with ETs and have seen these craft. I'm glad someone did come forward. I think it was kind of scheduled that way, just because I've known the past what the government was trying to do to get us to come on board with that. Now, we have been approached, all of us, by the major news organizations, all of them, Fox, News Nation, ABC, CBS, CNN, all of them have come to us and wanted us to go in front and do an interview like Rush did. But I was very cordial about it, and I said, no, thank you. I don't want to do that. And the reason for that is because we didn't want it to have them manipulate whatever the interview was. Now, David Adair was more like, fuck you, I'm not doing shit for you guys, because you're going to bring the ET on stage like you did that governor of Arizona. And, Rick did dabble a little bit, did some things. Tim's back there doing, his secret stuff too. This interview, so everyone knows, is very raw. We're able to talk about things and not be vetted like we do with other organizations where we're kind of vetted. It's a little scripted. This is very raw, and we can talk about religion. We can talk about politics, and yeah, we can say the F-bombs. I won't be using F-bombs as much as David, but that's what happened. So welcome everyone, and thank you so much. And we're going to get right into it. And we have a list of questions. We all have our own notes here to also talk about our own things, and we're all going to share that platform with everyone. At any time, if these presenters need to take a break, whatever, go ahead and take a break. We'll probably have a break halfway through, Neil, and a nice little 15-minute break so everyone can freshen up, I'll say, and look at the deer. No one gets my jokes. So first thing is, everyone's wondering, well, why aren't you guys up there? Why isn't, these people, us being these amazing people that would know more about this than anyone. And I think it was basically based off of a soft disclosure. Now, Rick has, definitely been approached, and he's been working on things. But the question is, why are we not jumping, at the bit to get up there? And I'll start with Rick.
Thanks, Emery. Great to be facilitating this. I want to say hi to David, my good friend, and of course Tim, my Deutsch friend. I was going to start speaking German to you, Tim, but I think we'd lose these other guys. It's great having this platform to talk. I have been involved in this disclosure program for, officially since January of 2022. I went to Washington, D.C. I met with staffers out of the Senate office, Senator Rubio's staffers. Met with some behind the scene intelligence people. I'm a member of a group we call the Advanced Working Group. The members are mostly retired intelligence officers or retired military, some scientists, some retired scientists, some very, very few active intelligence officers and or active duty military personnel. And our job is to facilitate disclosure, facilitate whistleblowers that we can find or approach us first, and then bring them in contact with the Senate, the staffers at the Senate, Senator Rubio and some of the other senators. That's what my goal is. My goal is to get disclosure out there any way we can do it. There are certain things, and I understand, having worked in intelligence for 12 years and then with Dr. Putoff at the Institute for Advanced Studies for 12 years, I know there's things that we can't talk about, high technology, reverse engineering. Let's put all that aside and let's talk about what we can disclose. The fact that we've had contact with extraterrestrials from at least 1947. We know that for a fact. I think most senators are dealing with this in Washington right now, or House members. I'm not so much aligned with the House members as I am with the Senate. They know that Roswell was real. They know what really happened. And so we want to start from there, and we want to bring this out to the American people to explain everything that the United States government has done from 1947 on that we can disclose. So that's my my objective in the disclosure program.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Richard, for that. All right, David, we won't get into the deep story, but let's just talk about, you've been approached, okay? You actually have been threatened. If you don't mind the world knowing what has happened, could you tell the world here, sometimes being in our position is not the always easiest thing when politics get involved, I'll say. Go ahead, Dave.
Man. Yeah, it was like the first meeting that or panel that Greer had, and I was on it, and that was about a decade ago. But just 2 weeks ago, I got a call from a House member, Congressman Green of North Tennessee. And I thought that was rather odd. Yeah, what do you want? And they wanted me to come and testify, and I told them, no, I'll just pass on that. And he asked me why, and I said, well, look what the politics did with the Phoenix Lights. So many people saw that thing, so many people video recorded, and no official would check except finally one councilwoman did, and boy, did she catch flack and fire for asking questions. And then finally, the governor of Arizona says, we found the person who was flying the craft. And I thought, whoa, here we go. They're going to drag him out. This big lanky guy comes out wearing a full rubber suit of an alien with long fingers about, foot long. And I was sitting there, and they did a big yuck about it, and they discredited everybody and blew the whole thing off and said that was it. So I told Green, I said, that's why I'm not coming, because you guys give it time, just wait. They're going to do the same thing. They're going to discredit this whole thing, blow it out. And he asked me, do you trust me? I said, no, I don't trust you. I don't trust Democrats, Republicans, any politician in Washington. I do not trust, because look how they have all behaved. They all sold us out. And I said, I trust you politicians up there in this hearing about as much as I trust a Catholic priest babysitting my kids. So that's offensive, I know. Well, tough, eat it. But it got the point across to Green really quick. He said, oh God, you're hostile. I said, that's exactly how you're going to have to handle it. If you want me there, subpoena me, get a judge to sign an order, and I'll show up as a hostile witness. and I'll sit there and I'm not gonna say a word. If you, the public, want to know about it, ask me. I'll tell you, but I'm not going to go up on some forum because I just know they're going to do something underhanded about it. You can see the pattern. It's just like Phoenix Light on a bigger level. But I tell you, one good thing about it is the media is finally talking about it, like P.T. Barnum. You know, bad publicity is good. Good publicity is even better. Main thing, they're talking about it, which I find that amazing, that the level of interest that's been picked up on it. So I'm glad for that. I hope it continues. But there's so much going on out there, and I just don't trust the party involved. I asked Green, I said, why now? I thought that was a good question. Why now? Wouldn't answer. I get this. Well, the American taxpayer is paying for all this and they have the right to know. You're not answering the question. Why now? You know, I said, could it be the third party, the aliens are backing out and we're going to see a treaty, what some of you have signed? Well, I wouldn't want my name on that treaty and be found out. So they got quiet after that. But I haven't heard any more. And then the last thing was the question I was asked. They said, you're ex-Navy. I said, yeah, decades. And he said, you draw a pension and Social Security. And I went, you a-hole, you mean you're threatening me? You're going to pull my pay if I don't come? Do that, please. Just do that. I will go to the national media. I'll raise a ruckus like you won't believe. And I'm sure that would just make you look really good. So they hung up and that was the last I ever heard of it. So I don't know, y'all. Something's up. Something's pushing these people. I don't know what the push is. But, you know, I told, you're barking up the wrong tree with me. There's other people. Whitley Strieber, Commune. Travis over there with Fire in the Mountain. I could go all day long. There's a list of people who's got, you know, Calvin Hill. All these people in Pascagoula, Louisiana. There's just dozens of people they could talk to that have really good firsthand accounts, and they're very good at, you know, speaking. So why don't you talk to them? No, they show up with three unknowns, and those pilots are unknown. Did you ever know their names before all this? No, nobody has. So I don't know what's going on, but for them to do this would tell me from years I've worked with them, something's pushing them. There's something in the background pushing, and they don't have any control over it. This is all damage control. They're trying to get ahead of the curve. The curve's about to fall out on them, and we're going to see what it is. So you guys probably have better thoughts on it than I do, but I just thought it was odd. You know, I'm the most least likely person to put in that situation because I just don't trust anybody anymore.
Well, thank you, David. Yeah, you're definitely hitting the nail on the head there. Tim, my buddy from Germany. Brother, tell us about, you know, we spoke on a private Zoom call last week, and, you know, you were telling us that, you know, European government in Germany, they're kind of a couple steps behind, and that you even kind of said that, you know, Germany really doesn't want to be involved with this, which is a great red flag to know that it's more truth to that. Is there anything you can elaborate on that?
Yeah, it's yeah, that's true. So yeah, basically the situation is a little different in Europe compared to what you have in America. So first of all, for all the who don't know it, so I'm from Germany, and Europe is split up in a couple of nations. So it's not the United States of Europe. So basically, we have a lot of countries that operate on a national level, and yeah, of course they, you know, stick their heads together, but each country decides upon their own strategies about defensive and national, you know, national interests and so on. So we have a lot of different agendas going on in Europe compared to you guys in the US. So basically, we have some countries who are, quite ahead and know a lot of, what's going on, and they shared a lot of the stuff. And then we have some countries, this one, who's basically denying, and I'm quoting here, their interest in the whole subject. And everyone who basically comes from Germany, I don't know, let me know in the chat if you're from Germany. So you probably have not seen any of the discussion that's going on in the US here. So we do have, because, Germany and the US, since World War II, they're, pretty much aligned. So, and allied. So there are news that are, swapping over the ocean and are being portrayed here. And we had the Nimitz events on mainstream television. But the official, and again, I'm quoting here, the official statement was that the Pentagon is actually releasing files with a fly on it. So basically what we see on the videotape is an insect. So, and that's mainstream news. So that made it to the Target show, which is the number one, mostly the only news show that we have on national television. So yeah, there's a different agenda going on, and everyone who's asking why is that, Tim, the answer goes back about 70 years. We had like a terrible war going on in Europe, and you probably know that things started well, they didn't start in World War II, but a lot of stuff were going on, and a lot of visitors we had at that time looking for what's happening in Europe later on. And it didn't start with Roswell, it started in Europe and then swept over to America, basically, because the war, happened in Europe first. And then came the nuclear bomb and Roswell and all that stuff. And basically, the last whistleblower that we had, you will not find any trace of it in mainstream television. Not at all. I had trouble finding the actual name of Grush. And funny thing is, he basically went to France and talked about some stuff. He made some statements that were had more details than the stuff that we had in the US. And he basically passed the ball over to Europe by saying, hey guys, I can't talk about what the US side has found because it's classified, but remember, I can openly talk like Italy. They have a UFO like in 1933. They found something. And I looked into the telegrams and all the stuff that they released, and they talked about it. The craft that Mussolini actually found. Germany at that time, mostly people don't know it. So I've seen documents, and I know that for a fact that Germany in 1933, they had an exclusive part of the army, like a space force or something, not as elaborate that they went out of space, but they were looking into these phenomena. It's actually part of a certain branch of the, way back Germans at that time. So they had information, and now we're dealing with a situation where basically the US, basically passed the ball over to Europe, and let's see what they're going to do with this.
Right. Excellent. I'm glad you brought up these official crashes or landings, because I would like everyone just to jump in whenever they want. I know, Rick, when we're talking about dates and times, let's talk about what's actually documented. You being an intelligence officer, know a lot of them, and David too has been on a lot of these. Let's talk about the documented for sure things that have happened. I know you know some new ones too, Rick, if you don't mind sharing with everyone about these new things that we both just found out about, actually, Rick, remember? So I'll start with you, Rick, but everyone now just kind of jump in, join in, because we can question each other. That's what I want to do. I'm not going to be here asking all the questions. I know everyone has questions for each one of us, and feel free to do that. This is not a Q&A, so they're just kind of listening to us. Go ahead.
Well, the first one I want to talk about is Roswell in 1947. I read a summary talking points that the congressional staffers had created based on valid intelligence information they got from the Defense Intelligence Agency and some of the other intelligence agency. I know this is going to upset a lot of authors out there who've written books about Roswell, but what they're going to release, and I think the first part of the full disclosure is going to be history or the historical aspects. Now, I can't talk about anything before 1947. I wasn't briefed on anything, but I was briefed in 1979 when I entered the program regarding U.S. contact with extraterrestrials. I read and was briefed by U.S. Air Force officials on the Roswell incident. It actually happened in the summer of 1947, first part of June. Two crafts flying over New Mexico. Now, there's going to be a lot of arguments on how they crashed, but two of them crashed. One landed near Corona, New Mexico. A debris field, or the antenna off that craft, ended up in Brazel's ranch, but the actual craft itself ended up near Corona, New Mexico, on a ranch. We know who the rancher was. They're of course passed away. An archaeological team from Albuquerque University of New Mexico was there. They found the craft. They found a live ET. The ET was recovered, sent to a number of different bases before they eventually got to Los Alamos, where it stayed alive from 47 to 52. A second craft was found in 1949, way out west in Catron County, found by a rancher moving his cattle up to a grazing site. They found that craft is exactly the same as the one that they recovered in 1947. So two of the same species of ETs that visited Earth around that time period, we recovered those crafts. Now jump ahead to some of the ones that are really classified. In southwestern Nevada, in 1963, there was a nuclear detonation, underground nuclear detonation. There was a lot of classification along with that nuclear detonation initially. Eventually, it was disclosed that the United States government, the Atomic Energy Commission, did a test in an area other than Nevada test site. That was primarily the nuclear test site in New Mexico, other than overseas. But the truth in a document that Congress has showed that there was a UFO craft that crashed near Red Ant Mine, which is in Esmeralda County. And that craft contained highly toxic material, actually sickened some miners who found it, and some military personnel who later recovered it. Rather than trying to get that craft moved, they buried it, and then they conducted a nuclear detonation. You can check on this nuclear detonation. It occurred in 1963 underground, which destroyed the craft. That's just one of two that occurred like that in Nevada. A second one, same thing, craft crashed north of Warm Springs in northern Nye County. Toxic material. Some people were injured, or I think one person died. They buried the craft. Atomic Energy Commission came in and set off a large scale, I think, 800 kiloton nuclear device under the soil, destroying that craft. That's just two of many. Now, Congress knows of 12 in the United States and 16 overseas, but they're not quite sure about the 16 overseas because they can't verify them. They can verify the 12 in the United States, two of them, which I just mentioned, plus the Roswell craft. But there's many others that occurred in the United States that hopefully within these couple hours we can later discuss.
Yeah, I was hoping you might touch base on let's say the past 5 years. I know you know one of, I think, was it 2022? There were some, you were debriefed or you were told about a more recent crash. Or you can't talk about that. Okay.
I was going to talk about that, but I got like 5 emails about some differences in what I was originally told and what they're telling me now.
Okay.
And one of the people that's telling me this is actually still working for the Defense Intelligence Agency. He's the one that told Senator Reid years ago, when Senator Reid was still alive, when Senator Reid was at the DIA headquarters in Bowling, and asked the question about where is all these files. And this particular intelligence officer, who was a friend of mine who's sending me emails, says, Senator, he was a majority leader at the time, they're right behind me in these file cabinets, but they won't let me open them. So we know that the government still keeps the records of these things. In this particular craft, the crash that happened in 2022, I learned information about it, but then some of the things that I was originally told, my contact within DIA says, hold off on that right now. So maybe before this program's over with, he'll give me some more briefings or give me some more information on this particular craft.
Okay, understood. Now, David, I know you have a plethora of information on this, but if you want to highlight some of those definitive, definite things that you're aware of, that's basically doesn't have to be public at the point, or it could be already public information, just so people have an understanding that the government is aware that, we're being visited, there are crashes. What could you add to that, David?
Oh God, yeah. They've known for decades, all the way back from the 40s, probably even earlier than that. But they've known of this stuff. That one that pops to mind, the Acorn, I think it crashed in Tennessee. All the neighbors and everybody were out in the woods, and they saw the Army pull up, and the Army said, that's nothing. They heard some screaming, and then they saw a big truck come out with a tarp over it, and it was a bell-shaped craft. And that, those people should be up there and watching it.
Yeah.
Because they saw things, heard things. But there's just so much evidence that they know this stuff's there. And plus, don't forget the reverse engineering side of it. They not only know they're there, they're working on it. They've been working on it, trying to figure it out and trying to understand things. And I know for a fact that some of that stuff that's falling out is getting into mainstream science. Just the sheer fact of the way they were going after. It was the meeting I was in. The questions they were asking about fusion containment, and I said, "Yeah, what about it?" And they said, "Well, pertaining to the possibility of UFOs." Oh, I mean the ones that you guys got? They want to know how would electromagnetic fusion containment would intertwine with that. And I said, really, quite easily. You already see UFOs, and there's one over here, and it blinks, and it's over way on the opposite horizon. Nobody sees anything moving from A to B. It's just, it's at A, then it's at B. Well, what they're doing, they're not really traveling in a linear plane. They are compressing dimensional waves with the force fields that are involved with electromagnetic fusion containment is just utterly astounding by what you get. I spent years, 10 years just doing the math, and I kept running into this one thing that kept repeating and repeating. I thought some kind of echo problem, and Hawkins even asked me about it because he saw it a couple times in his work. And I said, yeah, Stephen, I'll tell you what that is, Stephen. It's I think it's working like a very similar to the 3-4. I'm trying to get this down to where it's plausible or understandable. The
Right.
3 forces that you have to deal with when you come into an atmosphere of one gravity field like Earth. You got a 1G gravity field and you got atmosphere. So there are 3 forces you automatically contend with. And that is inertia, to move something. Once it gets moving, it's called momentum, keeps going. And then when it stops suddenly, it's called kinetic energy, which normally that's what kills you in the 3.
Right. Right.
So here you got a craft coming in at 5,000 miles an hour, does a 9-degree turn at that speed. And they said, how is that possible? Because the gravitational torrents would be so severe, basically anything organic in that craft would be soup. And I said, that's a pretty good definition of what you look like. Well, it's because of the way you can do the bubbles of the containment shields, which is what I had to learn to get through and figure out what to do. But in that process, with that math that kept repeating itself, finally, I realized what I was looking at was an inertia dampener. And so I tested that on a math-wise on a board, and it worked out. It came out and nulled out into the equation. So what is an inertia dampener? You hear Star Trek use it a lot. That's what keeps them from floating around in the big spacecrafts that they're in there, the Enterprise. They got artificial gravity, and they need their inertia dampeners to keep those forces, inertia, momentum, and kinetic energy off of them. When you're in a big craft like they're in, and you pull up on a planet, you will actually feel the planet. You'll feel it right through the walls of the ship. If you're banking the turn to go into a slip into a trajectory for an orbital orbit around it, you will feel that planet moving past the craft. And then they have to crank up their inertia dampeners so you're not affected by that.
Yeah, David, speaking of that, you know, this is definitely 100% true. There is a craft that was outside of Jupiter, 30 miles plus long. It's been there quite a while. It's on a direct course for Earth, and it's going to be here, they said, at that speed in about 4 months. I don't know if any of you have heard about this or not. This comes from an admiral in the Navy and other specialists that are in the Navy, and also heard it verified by someone in the Army. This could be a reason why this disclosure, they're pressing it now, because they're really going to have to answer to that. And as far as the craft, you know, everyone's talking about the crafts, and, you know, I've been directly involved with dozens and dozens of crash sites, UFOs, ETs. I mean, I've been underground and seen the alien reproduction vehicles that they're trying to reverse engineer, including what you're talking about, this, you know, inertia dampening, which I would like to also talk about this. I know, Tim, you have a lot to say about how these craft go with their own gravitational fields. And I'll let, I'll let Tim and David talk about a little bit about the science. We're not going to spend all day on it. Let's talk about how these craft do it, and also that we've already have anti-gravitic stuff. All right, we already have planes that are outfitted with anti-gravity, helicopters, to make it look like. And see, Rick is nodding his head. He knows. He was stationed with me out there currently Air Force Base Albuquerque. They had dozens of these things back in the 90s. So this is something I think people need to be aware of. It doesn't always look like a flying disc, okay? They can also project through holograms around a craft to make it look like that. And there's been many witness accounts. I've been on many sea study expeditions where you see the craft go right into the mountain, but no explosion, nothing happens. This is part of their, they have really, really good holographic imaging now. And one of the, in my opinion, when the Phoenix Lights did happen, that was the first time they were utilizing a holographic projected image to see how many people would actually believe it. It was a test that when they were doing that craft coming over Phoenix, that was all done by satellites and holographic imaging on ground units as well. Rick, I know you has some experience with that as well. But let's just all jump in here and let's talk about the science of these anti-gravitic extraterrestrial vehicles and the alien reproduction vehicles, as they said.
Yeah.
Well, let me
Um,
go ahead, Tim. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Tim.
go ahead.
Okay. So there are basically like 12 physical mechanisms in this version of the universe that you can utilize in order to make engines that are powerful enough to travel interstellar dimensions. These range from certain mechanisms where you basically unfold the fabric of space, which is actually making the distances between 2 points just closer together. So basically you can imagine like, whoa, what happened? Oh, Emery's gone. Okay. This is, by the way, Emery's dog. I love it.
No, you just passed from one dimension to another.
Yeah,
Yeah,
give it to
Back.
Wow, you just proved it, Emery.
Yeah, I was gonna say, excellent evidence right there.
You should have brought a hat or something and say, "Hey, this is from Jupiter." I just
Aaron,
brought it.
Fall.
Yeah, he's suddenly up
This
in
is so
the top
sweet. Beautiful.
box.
Well,
We're all big family here, everyone. So we're kind of dorky with each other, you know. You
Oh.
can't side of us, you know. We're a bunch of geeks, all right. That's
I would
it.
have loved it. I would have
I
loved it.
used to, you guys remind me of a group of guys I used to play cards with, and they're all dead and gone, but they were pretty well known. One was Dr. Gerard O'Neill. You probably don't know him, but know his work, the rail guns. He invented that. And then there was Hawkins there, and Isaac Asimov. He was a trip with his bushy sideburns, and then Carl Sagan. And Carl and I, we had more than one argument, I tell you. I still disagree with him today. He's the one that basically built the platter that I helped put beryllium onto. So, 4 billion years later, you can play that album back and still get the murmurs of Earth, which he recorded every known hello in all the languages of Earth, which is kind of cool. But he also put some songs in there. Can't Get No Satisfaction by Rolling Stones. I thought the aliens gonna love that.
Okay, David, I really want you to cut in because Tim was talking about these mechanisms to go, and you are the rocket man.
Yeah,
we all know who you are.
The one thing that have to point out, there is and you guys know this better than I do. You have a cornucopia of spacecrafts coming and going. It's not just one world, it's multiple worlds. And those worlds have different base technologies. One might be silicon based, one might be water based, one would be carbon based. And so you're going to see multiple types of engines. I have seen 3 or 4 already, which I know that has nothing to do with the others. And also, we've been at this. That was the thing I had to ask Congressman Green, how long you been at this? I've been working on this for 2 whole months. Really? I've been working on it for 52 years. Wow. God, it's like you're just catching up with everything. But in all the years we've been watching this stuff, technology's changed. I wouldn't doubt that some of the planets that come back bring their new technology with them, their newest and latest potato chip. And that's why I've seen everything from nuclear power to God knows some kind of graviton fields, transdimensional barrier jumping. And even I remember back seeing them in North Carolina in the 50s. It was like a chemical rocket. It would leave a vapor trail. Everything that they had, they could get here with. And you guys know it better than I do. But so to answer the question, I have to look at a videotape and they'll ask me, what's making that run? Well, okay, I wasn't around when the thing was built, so let me guess here. But by the way they're running, there is signatures and that I can tell. Just like you can tell when you're watching a Model A Ford engine run or a Lamborghini. both of them tremendously different in power, but both are internal combustion engines, and they got a certain look to them and a certain way they drive. Same with these things. Some of it I recognize, and others, truthfully, it's just alien, man. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, we call that WSFM, right, David?
Yeah, really. There's
Weird science and freaking magic.
Yeah, it's
when you write that on the paper at work, if I couldn't figure something out after 2 months, I had to write this WSFM, and
yeah.
you know what Colonel was getting that.
Well, I normally put
Dr.
WTF.
Beth
I normally put WTF and just give up on it.
So, yeah, that's a good point, Dave. You mentioned the transdimensional too, because there's so many different interdimensional craft, and you have to look at this not only in the 3D. And when they come into the 3D from another dimension, they fall under the laws and science of physics of this 3D, even though we might have not learned all the laws of this 3D world yet. And I think Tim was trying to get to that.
Yeah, that's going to be elements we're going to discover. I get so tired of hearing this from mainstream astrophysicists. Tell me that the periodic table is it. There it is. I look at them and go, you're kidding, right? It's a joke. We have 1/3 of one volume of 50 volumes of an encyclopedia set of elements. And just because we don't have it in our little world doesn't mean it's not there. It may be a billion light years from here, and there's a dilithium crystal out there. I don't know, but the odds are that something out there, and that will lead to later with the moon when I talked about that.
Oh yes, yeah, that's
that. Oh
good.
man,
yeah. Well, hold on. That's I'm saving that one for a little bit later, David. I'm very excited. I'm like biting my tongue here for it. But Dave, Tim, I'll let you go ahead and finish because I know you were getting into those 12 different things. So go ahead, Tim.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, basically, so first of all, I want to say Dave is absolutely right about different other worlds. And there are not even like worlds that use different elements and different physical laws. There are completely exotic worlds, and certain government agencies and institutions have looked into that, and for sure different other species have looked into that, went there, been there, are there, and this is completely exotic to what we have. So basically, we right now in this very moment, we're in a solar-based experience. So everything, the whole consciousness that we perceive and experience is actually coming from the sun itself as one of the primal giver of consciousness in that kind of perspective. So everything is emitting light, actually, photons. So everything we see, perceive, and live through is based upon light. This is, what Einstein basically came up with way back. So, and he said this as the, natural limitation of this version of the universe, not knowing that there are other universes or versions of the universe that are not using and utilizing solar energy or light, photons, as the giver for consciousness. So absolutely right. So we have only like a number of physical mechanisms that allow us in order to travel through these enormous distances in the universe, and one of them is actually the fabric of reality, of matter. You can fold it. It's a geometry. So and it's basically known. It's theorized and it's been done. But the answer, the question came in the chat right now. What is the number one used mechanism? And that is actually spaceports. So basically wormholes. So two points in the universe that are actually connected, and the distances of the universe is not always linear. So you have points in this fabric of space that are closer together, even though the outside environment might be formed in a way that you have a longer distance to come from point A to point B. So basically, when you actually use these ports, then you basically have a very narrow distance to go through. And this is basically the number one thing that they use. And this has been used on this planet too. There are natural occurring flows of energy where basically the fabric of space is actually brought together more closely, and you can utilize that, especially in certain times of the year. We're talking equinox, right? So these are the times when naturally, because of the rotation of the planet and the solar flow, the energies are actually brought together. So
I've seen like these ley line maps of the planet, and I also seen ley line maps for the stars. And I'm so glad you pointed out that there is a specific time with the rotations of all the solar systems that these have access points. And when I was working with portal technology, we were using these portals to go from here to there, not knowing exactly where we were, but at the same time, if you are off, a few minutes, no one gets to come back home. So I'm so glad you mentioned the science behind that, Tim. Go ahead, I'll let you finish.
Yeah. This is basically the number one thing. Again, there are there are a few other mechanisms that you can use, and we've seen that in certain observations. You can use certain you could, for example, use a certain freezing technology in order to bring down the energy level of the body, so they can preserve, they can be preserved much longer. Cryogenesis, I think is the term. So all these things are in use, but the number one thing is actually traveling from one point to another and making the distance as small as possible.
Yeah.
All right, Rick. What do you think, Rick?
Well, I'm gonna talk about something. I probably get in trouble for it, but so a few years ago, or some years ago, when I worked for a particular company down in Texas, Sandia National Laboratories had a DARPA contract, and this was over a period of some years, and they were trying to perfect time travel. But what they found out during all the different experiments of sending things through magnetic waves and magnets and things like that, they found that there was a way to move something from one point to another. And they actually moved something. And this test was being done at the old Nevada test site. It's called the Nevada National Security Site now, from one place to another, a 10-mile area. And I think maybe David knows about this. They moved a block of enriched uranium, and they're heavy. It's heavy. It's a heavy uranium. Is very, very heavy, very heavy. It moved it 10 miles from one point to another. Now, I wish I could say that the scientists knew exactly what they were doing, but they used a somewhat of a portal, a theory that one of the scientists had. Unfortunately, he's not alive anymore. But they actually moved this. And when it got to the receiving end, they call it from point A to point B. When they got it to point B, they were startled that this thing actually moved. Unfortunately, they didn't know how they moved it, but they knew they moved it through some sort of a portal. And that's what Tim was saying about, we have him here on Earth, and we just have to perfect him. We have to find him. And that's exactly what some experiments are being done right now, or in the last 15 years are trying to do. And they've perfected some of these, some of this technology. And unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, it's going to be military technology for the longest time period before it would ever come down to the public as some form of travel by the public, because the military gets all the good stuff first. As I was telling people, in 1980, when I was a field intelligence officer, I had a laptop computer. In 1980, I had a laptop. It was limited to how much I could send through the DoD internet system, as 1,000 bits, but I still had one. And the laptops didn't come into the public view until the 90s. So the military is going to get it before you see this in the public.
That is so
No,
true.
absolutely. I mean, one of the things that was interesting when I was working at Sandia Labs and Los Alamos Labs is, and you're totally right about the portal thing. They weren't, even in 1990, they could not perfect it just yet. They were sending drones in, throwing apples in. They even threw a bowling ball in one time. Now, the thing is, they don't know where that stuff went. So over there in Arcturus, a bowling ball's coming out and hitting the guy in the head. And they're like, where the heck does bowling ball come from? Oh, it's that crazy planet Earth over there in the Milky Way. We better cut them off right now, okay? You know, because look what they're doing. They're going to the moon, hitting golf balls, and they're sending bowling balls through portals.
If they like bowling balls, they're going to love that uranium. Because,
So
DNI
for
Exactly.
the story that Richard just told us, look into the newspapers. There are occasionally people who experience that they, you know, come from one point and they suddenly appear on another point somewhere else. And you know, these cases, people have looked into these cases. They're pretty real. Unexplained officially, but this is actually what happens. I want to add something else because we're just talking about that. So another mechanism would be utilizing the light, the actual light. So basically, you know, Einstein, he basically came up and assumed that nothing can be faster than light, right? So this is inside. While we're inside of a light-based universe, we have a certain set of physical rules that, you know, Dave knows about it. These are limitations, right? So basically, what happens if we come close to the speed of light, everything slows down, and it's theorized that in the moment that we hit the speed of light, everything, you know, comes to a stop. But we are actually right now living on the outside of light.
Right.
So basically light is as well a particle stream, but also a wave pattern. We right now can only utilize the patterns, I mean the particles, but there are actually waves underneath the particles. So basically, when you open up the light, you can delve into the wave. And one of the qualities that light waves have is that they are everywhere. Especially, you know, in space, the light is in this version of the universe is everywhere. So if you make it through this barrier of particles and delve into the light wave, then you're actually on the, you know, mostly the 0 point field, so to speak. So you can basically choose wherever you want to go. And these technologies are known.
You know, this is the first time I've had Richard and Tim side by side. And it's been so cool because Richard did an excellent job explaining something and it went right by most everybody. And what it was, I'm going back to that block of uranium again. As you know, the APRs make armor piercing rounds. It's made out of depleted uranium. It's so dense and so heavy. And yet, what Richard was saying, that big block moved. Do you know what you're knocking on the door of? See, Tim was right. Everything slows down when you get to the speed of light because density confines down on everything and compresses till everything stops. However, Richard and Tim just offered a different solution. If you're going to go to light speed travel, you're knocking on the door of time travel, because to move that big block of solid uranium, that's already depleted, it's already there. And they moved the damn thing, just made it move. They didn't know how they made it move. But what that shows you, the density had an effect in that experiment or trial, whatever they're doing. And Richard picked up on it, and the fact that it moved, and what Tim is saying, both of them have just offered you a solution. If you want to go faster than the speed of light, time travel. Because what did Einstein say back in the riddle? Time, motion, continuum. They're all wrapped together. You know, he I wish I could have met that dude. I swear I would have called him a dude. But he put out a riddle one time I solved, and it drove everybody nuts. It said, how can you go millions of times faster than the speed of light without breaking the speed of light and remain constant in Newtonian physics? Well, I figured it out, and I did it. That's how my engine operates. The way I did that was this magnetic bubble that I use to contain the fields. It also blocks out through the inertia dampener, which keeps coming back in on it. And I couldn't stop that for anything. It just kept repeating itself because it's a continuous loop like a figure 8. So anything inside that sphere of influence, it's not going to be affected by the Newtonian laws, which is our laws of physics for every opposite equal reaction, and then will travel in a straight line till affected by an outside force on it that will cause it to deviate from its path. All of that gets negated by the magnetic fields. And
David, could you explain to them, I like when you talk about the containment of that energy, you know,
right.
Remember how you developed the containment unit?
Well, it's more like it, be perfectly honest and humble, more like it developed itself. I'm like a blind man stumbling in a room, and I'm a squirrel. Every once in a while, I'm a blind squirrel and I find a nut. And I did find a nut on in the uranium area when it got depleted down to that's what gave me the idea of well, I was watching, God, how to get my head to go into a small channel thought is a struggle, y'all.
I'm trying to guide you, man.
I know. I'm working on it here.
I'm overloaded with that information.
There's smoke in the room here from the gears turning. But yeah, when I was watching Black Holes, and as a matter of fact, I was watching a movie called Black Hole by Walt Disney. If you ever saw that thing, they had a floating red robot that was a terror on the ship. But that movie started me thinking about a lot of other things, which I had another movie company come to me, and I gave them another idea. Have you seen the 3-dimensional gyros? You can put a person in it and they can spin different, well, they used it for Contact. Remember the thing that they dropped Jodie Foster through? That's not science fiction. That's actually moving into the realm of science fact. That 3-dimensional flow, that's taking up 1, 2, 3 dimensions right there. 4th dimension is time. 5th dimension, there's so many, these people come up to me at these conferences, well, I'm working with 23rd dimension. Dude, I'm back here on number 2 or 3, you know, I'm still working on that. But there's so many of these different dimensions, but I do believe that a riddle that we're going to solve is going to be somewhere between time and speed. That's going to be 2 factors that will give us a third one that we're trying to figure out. And it's kind of neat. Tim and Richard laid it out perfect. I couldn't even think of it that way. But that's why I miss those people I used to play cards with. There was.
We'll have to get a poker game going, the 4 of us here.
Oh my God! I tell you, they would make side bets too that were hilarious. And
I don't even know the rules.
yeah.
Tim, we'll just fake it. We'll fake it.
Yeah.
Tim, it's about poker face.
Tim,
right.
There was.
I can do that.
There was a project I got called in on, and it was kind of a roundabout way of getting to what I was supposed to do. I was with law enforcement at that time, and this woman was being arrested in Canada for trespassing, this Black lady and her little daughter.
Oh, I love this.
Do you remember that story?
I'm so, because since we're talking about, Tim, I think Tim mentioned it, or you did, because to see that, I'll let you tell it, but you guys have to listen to this story, and this is a true
Oh, man.
story. It's a documented true story on the
Absolutely.
military. Maybe Rick has already heard about it, but
Yeah,
I'll let you talk, David. I'm too excited.
you guys are damn far ahead of me. I'm back in the dust. But yeah, this black lady was in Chicago, and it was the Chicago Police Department that called me, and they said, "We normally don't talk to people like you." I said, "Well, that makes me feel good." But he said, "We need some help with this." So what happened? I talked to the lady. I went and saw her up in Canada. And what it was, she was in her living room. And I know she was in the kitchen doing dishes after dinner. Her little girl was in the living room playing. And she saw the whole house light up. It was very bright in the living room. And her little daughter said, "Oh, little daughter was about 3. She was just saying sparkly, bright, that's what it was." And she walks, and the mother comes out of the kitchen real fast in the living room and sees her daughter walking to this white, round shaft, and boom, the child was gone. The mother, being a mother, just mother bear, and she just jumped in the thing to go after the daughter. And the woman grabs her daughter and stands up, and they're at this dormitory in Toronto, Canada. And there's students laying in bed, and they look at this black lady standing there going, "Ma'am, what are you doing here?" And she holding her little daughter in there in their bathrobes. She said, "I pulled my child out of a light and I ended up here." So they call security, and security does the normal thing. They went, "It's a trespasser, so we're going to arrest her." So they arrest the poor woman. But here's where the feds got involved.
Yeah.
We tried to find an airplane ticket, a bus ticket, a rental car, everything that you could do a mode of transportation, and there was nothing, no records, no word, nothing. And then we canvassed her neighborhood, and they saw her only like 5 minutes before she's in Canada. And they're looking at me like, "Oh, can you explain this to us?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here." But she did not do anything on her own. And they brought her back home. Our US government did, and Canada released her because it wasn't really, she didn't break any laws other than trespassing. So they let her go back to her house. I went back to interview her again, and guess what? The house is gone. The whole house wiped off the face of the earth, chain link fence, big metal sign up on the fence saying, "Property of the United States government. If you have any questions, call this number." And there was a number, and I called it, and they said, I told them who it was. They said, "Well, we can't help you. We just closed it down." I went, so my theory, I had to sit there, and colleagues kept looking at me and going, "Well, what do you think it was?" I said, I think there are many, many very small black holes. And now we're going to talk, 2 or 3 hours. So that means this Earth will travel about between 200,000 and 300,000 miles through space. We move at 100,000 miles an hour. So we'll cross around 300,000 miles in 3 hours. Well, I think the Earth will fly through some of these small mini wormholes. That woman was so lucky. Oh my God, she could have stepped out in the middle of a sun, or she could have been on Pluto. It's a little cold there. You need to take a jacket.
No, not Pluto. I don't like Pluto.
Yeah, really. So anyway, that was just amazing that it was just from Chicago to Toronto. And it was just temporary because they never could find it again. And I guess they did away with their house so nobody can see a pattern or something. I don't know. The government's so paranoid, they don't even know what's doing half the time. But that's a true story. It's been checked out over and over. Critics ran through it. Everybody tried to debunk it and they couldn't. It really happened. But how it happened, we don't have a clue. I'm just speculating that.
And Dave, didn't they take that the mom and the daughter, I think they relocated them. They put them under a witness protection program. I
I
read.
wouldn't doubt that the woman disappeared. I could not find her. And I
Yeah.
used the NCIS computers.
Yeah.
I used Interpol. I did, I used everything you could think of.
Did you use the RD?
Yeah.
The Richard
Nothing.
Doty?
Nothing. Just gone, like they evaporated.
It is. It's amazing. Have you guys ever heard about that? Because I've heard
Yeah.
similar stories to Dave's that, I think, Richard, you probably have the most on this.
Somebody.
many different
Yeah.
many different stories or incidents, some of which I actually investigated, where people showed up. One incident happened here in New Mexico some years ago. A woman is found beside her vehicle on the ground, sleeping in a very remote area of New Mexico, near a place called Fence Lake. There's virtually nothing out there, not even a lake. It's just called Fence Lake. It's on State Road 36. Very few people live in the area, only ranchers. But a highway department, New Mexico Highway Department truck was passing through there one morning and saw the vehicle and saw a body, he thought, went over there, woke the lady up. The lady is from Bellingham, Washington. She was driving on a rainy road and she drove into fog. This is her story. And suddenly she ends up in Fence Lake, New Mexico. They call the state police, they come out, they do an investigation. Her husband had already reported her missing 36 hours prior to the Washington state authorities, the sheriff's department up there in Bellingham. And she doesn't know how she got from Bellingham, Washington, while she was driving home from work, to New Mexico, thousands of miles away. That's just one story. I don't think that they never figured that out. But there's many cases that I've seen. Some of them I talked with on Gaia. I've had some shows about that. So it happens. And why? Now, somebody sent a chat and asked about something that I was going to talk about. Our military bases on portals. Well, let me tell you a little story about Area 51. In 1953, there's a guy by the name of Air Force man by the name of Hermosa, Lieutenant Colonel Jose Hermosa. He was on a fact-finding trip to Nevada. He went to Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, remote areas, trying to find a test site, someplace where it's out of the ordinary, where they could test top secret aircrafts and other projects. Well, while they were in Nye County at a mine, which is now inside Nellis Test and Training Range, the Groom Lake Mine, actually what it was called, he had a psychic experience. He walked into the mine and all he remembered was going through a portal, like he was on a trailer or something. Now, he didn't know he was psychic, but when he came out of the mine, the people that were with him, accompanying him there, said, well, where have you been? And it was some time period, like an hour and a half. He thought he was only in there for a couple seconds. But apparently the people on the outside said he was there a long time. Jump ahead. So they pick Area 51. They pick Nevada, Nye County, one of the most remote counties in the United States back in the 50s. And they chose that place to test the U-2, the SR-71, and all the other things that we've tested over the period of time. Now, does that mean that Area 51 is on a portal? Sure sounds that way to me. I didn't know about this until I read this document here, which I want to talk about in a little bit, also about the difference between S2 and S4. I want to put that story to bed.
Thank God.
This is a document dated in 1982, and it was formally classified document. Wendell Stevens got it, And this explains what is at Papoose Lake. It's an underground classified facility. And this is when they first started building it in the early 60s. And in 1968, the United States Air Force took over the site from the Central Intelligence Agency. Now, if you can remember back, the CIA had Groom Lake facility, except for Tonopah, in the 50s and 60s, experimenting with the U-2 and the SR-71 and some of the other planes. In 1968, the CIA wanted the Air Force to take it over. The Air Force says, okay, we'll do it eventually. And by 1974, the Air Force had control of Nellis Test and Training Range or Groom Lake. In this document, it specifically states that the facility at Papoose Lake was called Site 2. Site 2, not Site 4, Site 2. Now, eventually in 1980, this talks about the different levels. And there's an S3 and an S4. S1 was the site itself above ground, the secret tunnel going in. S2 was the administrative control section for everything under. Now, I was at Groom Lake, Area 51, as a counterintelligence officer on 2 different occasions in the 80s. I knew S2 existed. I was never down in S4. I never claimed to be. I don't know what was down there. I never had a clearance to go down to S4, but I knew S2 was the administrative control center for everything underground. I knew there was a 3 and a 4, but I didn't know what was down there. Now, Lazar claims that the site was called S4. It's not. This document proves it was called S2. I've said it all along for years and years that it was S2. And also talked about another place, which is also mentioned in here, S2 Annex. S2 Annex was a classified special access area controlled by the United States Air Force and the Institute, the Air Force Institute for Pathology. Now, probably the only one listening would know that the Armed Forces and I know Emery does because he probably worked for him at one time. That was a Armed Forces facility in Washington, D.C. with satellite offices that did pathologies or on different strange phenomena, including ETs. And they had a facility out at S2 Annex. And guess what S2 Annex was? That's where we detained our visitors. Now, I wasn't ever briefed into that, so I don't know how we got them. I don't know how they were stored there or housed there. But I do know, based on this document here from the Defense Intelligence Agency, listing the different species that we knew about in the 1980s, that some of these visitors had different, they were all different, like David talked about earlier. These extraterrestrials that visited Earth, and Tim talked about it too, they were all different. They had different biological structures. They breathed different atmospheres. They ate different things. The only common thing that all of them had was they drank water. So what does that tell us? Water is the most abundant thing in the universe, probably. So these things, one particular species had to breathe some methane. So obviously they came from a planet with a methane atmosphere. So getting that off my chest, the difference between S2, S2 Annex, and S2 and S4, that's the facts. And I'm going to in my book, which if it ever gets off the ground, I'm going to put this document in there. And thanks to Wendell Stevens for giving that to me. But that's something that, go ahead.
How's Wendell Stevens doing nowadays? Is he around anymore?
Oh, he passed away in I think 2011 or 2012. Okay. He died. But God, what a wonderful person he had within the UFO. We had with him in the UFO community. I mean, he had so much knowledge. Every UFO convention we went to, he would call bunch of us into a room on the 11th floor of the Aquarius in Laughlin and seal the door and put his little radio transmitter up there so nobody could bug the room and tell us something that none of us has ever heard of, and then show us documents or pictures of things that just fascinated us. Now, Wendell was on the first DART team, or Down Aircraft Recovery Team, and he was the one that told me about a number of crash sites that I never knew about. I mean, I knew some, but I didn't know about them. I didn't know about all of them. And he talked about the ones in Nevada. And going back to the ones in Nevada, I forgot to mention the two that crashed in Nevada that were then buried, and we had nuclear detonations. If you look in, you can look on the internet, look in any the atomic energy, the old files. Explosion number 343, or test 343, was called the Shoal, SHOAL detonation. Occurred on October 26th of 1963, and it was near Fallon, Nevada, but it was near, if you look at the map, it's right near the Red Ant mine. And that was the one craft that crashed. They couldn't ever do anything with, because it now, as I understand, it killed 5 people because it was so toxic. Now, I don't know if it was toxic because of the materials once it entered our atmosphere and crashed, or maybe the ETs on board. I don't know that. The second one was test number 528. It was called Faultless, FAULTLESS. It occurred on January 19th, 1968, near Moray Canyon, which is in north of Warm Springs, Nevada. And that was, again, a craft that had crashed. They didn't know what to do with it because it was toxic material or whatever reason. They buried it, and a nuclear detonation of a 700 kiloton size destroyed it. Or at least they hoped it destroyed it. They buried it, I think, I don't know how many feet underground, but for your listeners, you want to check on this, check it, Google it on the internet, and you're going to find exactly what I just mentioned.
Richard, that was great. I got to get something off my chest too, real quick, and 2 things. I know Tim's been talking about a lot of these grays, and I mentioned on my programs all the different species I've been involved with, that I've tested, that I was directly involved with. And I do have to say what you guys said. There is one more thing that I noticed with the majority of them. They all have the 5-point star. So 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. And they are definitely water-based. I want to back up Tim, because there's some confusion online a few weeks ago when he was mentioning all the different types of grays. And I want to say, for every ET that I ever mentioned, there's so many different kinds of the same ET, which I want to point out. That was a great thing that you said, Tim, a couple weeks ago online. And that also goes for us. Look at us humans here on planet Earth. There's many different kinds, different colors, different shapes and sizes, and that also goes into the stars, so everyone knows. So even though I did mention grays at some point, there's a plethora of different types of grays. I just want to get that. And plus, I also want to get back to the crashes. Everyone's asking me about the crash in Nevada. So it's right down the road from my house here. Yes, that was real. It was captured on hundreds of Ring cameras. It was also captured on dozens of police officer cameras on their cameras that they carry on them. And they did go to that house, and there was an extraterrestrial, 2 of them there actually, but that was not a crash landing. That was more of an emergency landing. They had to land. Whether they got shot down by our neutrino light detectors, I don't know that information, but I do have good information here with the police and everyone that was involved with that. And they did take their phones, by the way. They did install a government camera in their backyard just to monitor to see who's coming in and out and what they're going to be saying. So it's interesting to see what happens to this family a few weeks from now. But yeah, that was an actual incident. It was also captured by Nellis Air Force Base with their radars, and the same thing with the airport. That stuff, I don't know when they're going to come out with it, if they will, but I just want to bury that real quick. These extraterrestrials have the ability to flux in and out. They did camouflage themselves. Some of them were caught on camera. The craft also was still there, was just fluxing in and out, and that dematerialized later on that evening. There was a huge investigation, an ongoing investigation. So I just want to get that out of the way, because a lot of people are talking about, oh, and it's been happening actually more than often here in and near Las Vegas. Very interesting things are happening, but they're not reporting it. I think there's going to be more and more of this, just not here in Nevada, but all around the world. It happens all the time.
Let me jump in here real quick, because I have a lot of information about that incident in North Las Vegas, the Gomez family that occurred in April 30th, May 1st timeframe. We actually went up there, two of our members of our advanced working group. They spent hours, many hours on the ground, speaking with people, police officers, neighbors. There's a neighbor in the area that actually took 2 photographs of the creature climbing over the fence. Now, the cell phone videos that you see, I don't know how they did this, but they were, according to one of the people that lives in the Gomez house, these things seem to come and go. But I think what they were trying to say, now, remember, their first language is Spanish, and we actually had a person on the ground that spoke Spanish. They were relating it more like coming and going as materializing and dematerializing. I think that's what we figured that they were trying to explain. But the neighbor who just spoke perfect English, he lived to the west of or to the east of the house. He actually took a picture of the creature coming over the fence. It scared him so bad that he was going to destroy his cell phone. He thought that the thing was coming after him because he took a picture of him. But I never got into his house. It got into his backyard, and then he lost track of it. Maybe it dematerialized or whatever, however it escaped. Also, we found out that the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, AFOSI, my former employer, my former branch, the Special Projects branch out at Area 51, sent investigators there to the scene. One of the names of the investigators was disclosed to one of the family members because he spoke Spanish. He had a Hispanic name, and he spoke Spanish to him, and they remember his name. Now, that agent actually works out at Area 51. So what does that mean? That means that the Air Force Office of Special Investigations is investigating this. Now, we also found out later, this is just right around just before the 4th of July, that a FISA application was submitted on the residents' cell phones. Now, FISA is a federal surveillance intelligence warrant issued by Washington, D.C. Now, you're never going to get it in FOIA because it's classified. Now, we had somebody hinted to us that there was a FOIA request. Now, a application is a request for a warrant. It's not an actual warrant. It's just a request. An application is a statement of probable cause for issuance of a warrant. The only person who can issue a warrant is the judges up there in Washington, D.C. Now, I don't know if there was ever one issued, but there was a submission of a request for one. Now, who can do that? The FBI can do it. Any federal law enforcement agency can do it. AFOSI is a federal law enforcement agency. The FBI is a federal law enforcement agency. DEA, IRS, federal marshals. But we don't know who submitted it. But it was suggested to us that one was submitted. We also have a police officer who is actually retired now. He retired July 1st. He was a North Las Vegas precinct police officer. He wasn't there initially, but he came 2 days later with a team of people. And he thought that people were from the Federal Terrorist Task Force, but he found out that they weren't because the 2 other officers that were with him, who were with the task force, didn't know any of them. But they actually went in and installed cameras in this property. Now, He's not sure if there was a warrant or if it was surreptitious entry, clandestine, or whatever. But there was cameras placed inside that area, that residence. And now jump ahead to just 5 days ago. The family's in hiding. They talked by telephone to a reporter out of KLS, George Knapp station. They also talked to a person who we know, Rebecca. I would just give her first name, Rebecca, who works for an investigative company that works with the History Channel. And she's getting a lot of information that she's relaying to us. And I would say that if I was give a percentage of if this was an actual event, I'd say 80% chance that an actual ET landed there for some reason. I don't know why. And they showed themselves for some particular reason.
And that's what's interesting, because we all know they only show themselves when they want to, and they have that ability. And, it's a very great thing that happened, that many people witnessed that, and that the investigation of this is broad spectrum around so many 3-letter agencies. I don't know where else we want to go with that, but I'm glad you did jump in and tell them the up-to-date story. No one even knows about that. They haven't actually, that was the most up-to-date information, Richard, that the world has ever heard just now. And I'm glad you did chime in on that.
Oh, I wanted to thank Richard for previously that round of information off that document. You answered so many. I don't know how y'all's brains work, but my memory works. I hear things when I was a kid and it sticks like glue. I can remember exactly what I heard. And when I brought it back, Richard popped a whole string of things. When I was running around with LeMay building this project, he had a good friend named Kelly Johnson. And in 1960, he came in, and I'm a kid. You don't pay attention to certain things. And I just heard LeMay said, boy, Kelly Johnson sure got a bargain for $800,000. That's what he built Area 51 with. Started off 1960 for $800,000. Now I can tell you one top secret thing that I'll probably get in trouble with, but I'm going to tell you anyhow, because it's kind of related. I got to give something back to Richard. Do you know what agency, or it's not an agency, institution that is in charge of Area 51's labs? It maintains them and all that kind of stuff, documentation, historical stuff, replenishing supplies, all that. Battelle Memorial in Columbus, Ohio, they are in charge of Area 51 labs. And I learned that from LeMay. And people just forget, don't know their history. LeMay was huge. God almighty, he was the founder of SAC, Strategic Air Command. He was the inventor of the B-52 Stratus Fortress. His nickname was
B-58 Hustler too. The B-58 Hustler too.
Exactly. Boy, very few people even know about that thing. And I thought it was a very pretty looking thing. Very sleek and aerodynamic, big extra fuel tanks on it. But it was just all this stuff that LeMay was involved in, and people just aren't aware of it. He was the chief of the Joint Chiefs. He was the guy standing next to Kennedy in the Cuban Missile Crisis. It would have been his thumb that would have pushed the red button.
Yeah.
And so when he come to visit his father, he had a paparazzi problem. So he would only come to see his father, who was 93 years old, mean as a snake. And he was at my mother's hospital. And she loved the graveyard shift from 11 to 7. He would come in at 3 in the morning to see his dad, because he wanted to avoid the paparazzi. So he had to go through my mother to see his dad. And give you an idea what Irving LeMay was his name. And
but David, didn't he try to blow you up too?
No, he took a cane. He walked around with a cane, the old guy. and he was laying in bed and he would goose the nurses with a cane. He was a handful. And then he hit one of my mother's nurses in the back of the head with a cane, knocked her out. She came up to the front desk. She's got this whelp on her head. My mother got mad, ran down there, grabbed the cane, busted over the headboard, stuck this pointed stick part, stuck it into his throat. Said, if you hit one of my girls again, I'll come in here and I will kill you and say you died of natural causes. Well, after that, he became real friendly with my mother. So when LeMay came in, Curtis would come to see Irving, and that's how my mother come to be. Now, people would tell me this is all BS. No, that's true. Oh yeah, well, I got news for you. I called up the retirement program of my mother when she retired from that hospital, Martin Memorial Hospital in Mount Vernon, Ohio, which is where LeMay was at, Irving LeMay, and her records were gone. And a woman sitting there going, I remember reading your mother's name in these records. They're gone. That was Curtis. He swept through because of me and he took everything out. But there's one place he couldn't go, and I told you that. So it took me 5 years, and I have a document sitting right here to my left. It's got a gold seal on it. It's from the Social Security office. LeMay could not get into that. And there is my mother's work records showing where she was working, Martin Memorial Hospital in 1966. And then when you take Irving LeMay's death certificate and lay it next to it, they all match up. The dates, places, times, everything. So how do you Photoshop that? So that's how I come to, me and LeMay got to meet up. It was my mother brought him in, and rest of everybody knows the rest of that story. But I just had to throw that out for Richard because he said so many things, and I'm sitting there going, oh, I remember Kelly Johnson, $800,000. And yeah, kid, you're not putting this stuff together. You just hear it. And then, but I do remember LeMay being involved in a lot of stuff in Area 51 development. So much so, he cussed out Senator Barry Goldwater, who was a very powerful senator back then. And Senator Goldwater said to LeMay, I was in the room when this happened. And Barry Goldwater talked about it. He turned around and said to LeMay, what's up with those aliens in that hangar 17 over at Wright-Patterson? And what's this about some underground facility out there in Nevada? Whoa, man, I've never seen LeMay get, I'm a child, so LeMay never got mad at me. Buddy, he went off on Senator Goldwater and he told him, shut your mouth. Don't ever ask that question ever again. I'll have you disappeared. And I'm standing going, whoa, this is not normal. And
How long was it after that, David, that you went, what year was it the first time you went to Area 51?
I was there on one time I was there at June 20th, 1971. And when we landed there, you can see the markings laid out in the ground for twin runways. They huge. I guess they're like 10,000 feet. But what we landed on was the taxiways. They were big as any runway. So we landed on a taxiway and pulled up to the center hangar. And everything was still under construction. And I remember the whole place smelled like a new car. I don't, just everything's fresh. It's being built. But I didn't remember one thing. See, my brain works weird. It remembers things. I remember the hangar. The hangars were strange the way they were painted. They were painted to look old, but they were new.
Yep.
And the lights, the lights on top of the roof had louvers. So the lights would shine down in the front of the hangar, but out in the desert, you could look and could not see the lights.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going,
right.
Weird thing. And then when we went underground, there was this one chamber, and boy, Richard, did you hit a nerve. I remember this. You're a kid. You don't put things together. You just do what you're told. I looked over this big room, and it had glass walls all over it. It was filled with some kind of gas. And I started to walk over to it, and LeMay jumped all over me. He said, do not ever go in there, ever. He goes, it's full of methane. It will kill you. And that's all it said. And I didn't ask anything else. But now what you just said, Richard, boy, I know what I was looking at.
It's a little aquarium there.
Yeah. And he told me, he said, the doors are locked most of the time, but he said, knowing human beings, somebody will leave something unlocked. If you see any rooms filled with gas, do not walk in there. And I said, okay, geez. But they did get upset with me when I asked them the question about what they did with all the dirt. That really hit a nerve. They were upset about that. And I never could understand why adults would get upset over asking, what'd you do with all the dirt?
Am I the only one who's never been officially to Area 51 here?
Well, yeah, well.
No, Tim, I've never been to Area 51.
Oh, thanks, Emery, for saving me.
We were about 200 feet down, and you look out ahead, and it was a rainbow shaped, causeway, whatever you want. But it was so long, you could see a hump in the floor, which was the curvature of the earth. And it just went clear out of sight. And so my natural question, first thing I said to them all, wow, what'd you guys do with all the dirt? Because there was no dirt upstairs. And boy, they got upset. Maybe they phasered it. I don't know. There was just, the lighting was the other thing. I still can't figure this one out. So if anybody's got any idea, somebody made a suggestion, which made a lot of sense to me. But I noticed when we got down there, the place was perfectly lit and no shadows anywhere. It's like a paint booth in a car. You can't have shadows in a paint booth because you get run the paint and not see it.
Yeah, what that is, David, like in the facilities I was in New Mexico, everything illuminated, but you don't see the light. They're using some sort of silica crystal.
Yeah, there's no light fixtures.
Like chopped fiber optic. Think of it this way: one little light can light up a whole house, but it's transmitting through micro crystals, nano crystals. One little light can light up the entire building.
I thought it might have been the atmosphere. I thought, God, I'm breathing light.
This is the reason why these things are lit up, but you don't see a light source, Emery?
No light fixtures in the
Yeah,
ceiling and the walls.
That is correct.
Lighting,
I've seen that too in
perfectly
Germany.
lit and no shadows. And the
That's interesting. I've always asked myself, why is this so bright here and there's no light source actually?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
The reason it sticks in my head is because when I got down to that thing they wanted to show me, this engine, when I got up next to it, I could see my shadow on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, why is that? And then I thought this thing was heat recognition alloy. The alloy itself could read my thermal rads off of me and put the still, because when you move your arm up and down, your shadow's a split second behind you.
That's because they're vibrating over 24 frames a second. Human eyesight's around 24 frames a second, and it's almost up to that, and that's why you have that little. It looks like you're going slow motion. Your shadow. It's actually a strobe light effect of the immense light around you.
But
and getting back to what you said, Dave, what you said about the atmosphere or inside there, you're like it felt like you're breathing light. Well, down in the underground, I'll just say in inner earth caves and stuff, we did find a beautiful large cave, and it just glowed mostly up at the top of the cave. And what they found out was when they took samples of that, using drones, and they looked at it, it was the same thing. It was the crystalline structure of the water molecule that had a bioluminescent charge. And I don't know how that happens. I think it's just an electromagnetic reaction to that area. So you're correct that you actually are breathing light. And the more concentrated it is in the higher parts of the ceilings of these enormous caves, and we're talking thousands of acres, that the light is just everywhere. And like you were just saying, Tim, the craft have a very, very amazing layer on the craft that it's like a chain reaction. It's kind of like when you get like this MWO over here, multi-wave oscillator, and you put a light right here, it charges the light and it lights up without it being connected. And that's what's happening in the facilities. That's what's happening a lot on these crafts.
Yeah, I think I was 15 at the time. And I just kind of sarcastically joked with LeMay. I said, am I breathing light? Is my piss gonna glow in the dark or something? You know? And you know what he told me? He said, stop thinking so much.
No, Dave, that's the deuterium and the uranium in the water that makes you glow.
Yeah. Colonel Williams, project manager, XO officer for LeMay, he's the one that said to me, he said, David, of all people you asking that stuff, it's lucky you're not glowing in the dark with all the things you've been doing. Because I was over there building a proton gun so I could shoot the material I was putting together of uranium, plutonium, trying to increase the radioactivity of it. And at the first 24 hours, it didn't seem to do anything. I left it back in the lab. We came back and it was 300 Redkins the next day, and they had to decontaminate the area.
Okay, guys, we're almost a little bit over halfway through. Let's take a 10-minute break. And because I don't want anyone to miss anything with all of us being here. And we'll get right back to it. How's that sound, guys?
Emery, just one
Yes.
last question, because we're just
absolutely.
in it, and I'm excited to have found this answer about the lights thing, because I was wondering that for quite some time. So do we know any reason why there's no dust on the surfaces of these crafts? Is there any?
You know,
because they're negatively and positively charged at certain. A dust cannot go onto that. It's impossible.
yeah, everything was dust free.
It's repelling, right?
It is
Yeah,
repelling because of the electrons and
Shiny.
you actually
Everything was
demonstrate.
shiny. It looked like it just been polished.
Yeah, I was helping
Nothing.
develop the air cleaners for the space station and space shuttle in the 1990s. And what we're doing is this, making sure there was a positive electrostatic charge. And there's actually a company out there that sells an air purifier, and it uses these ceramic plates. You might have heard of this, along with ozone and a far infrared frequency. And they do this demonstration where they'll come over to your house, they'll make a little sealed little plastic bubble thing, they'll fill it full of smoke, and as soon as they hit that button, transmutes everything, gone.
Yeah.
Or it'll propel those dust particles right out the door.
That answers the question. When I brought Pislam down there,
Yeah.
I thought we'd have to clean it up because it was like a dust-free area. It was polished clean by the time it made it down to the bottom of the elevator. And it might have been the metal that was made out of. Now here's where all these experts jump all over me. They did with on Coast to Coast. The metal that I made Pislam out of is a material called carbonite. Now, I'm from the South. I got a slight accent. I'm not pronouncing it right. It's C-A-R-B-T-O-N. The other one, the one I was working with was C-A-R-B-O-N, carbon, L-N-I-T-E, that was it. So it's carbonite and carbonite. So I come from the land south here where y'all is singular and all y'all is plural. So
Right. Another, and that's a very, isn't that a multivalaic substance? Because it holds the energy, right, David?
Well, what it was, I needed some exotic material for heat.
Yeah.
This thing's going to experience heat like it's going to be a blowtorch. And just out of the blue, LeMay says, oh, over in Shape, they've got a ton of material that was left, and you can have it all if you want. It's called carbonite. So I flew over there and looked at it, and which was the big deal for me. I flew on Eastern Airlines, and I got to see the thing. And I said, yeah, this would probably work. It's a lot like Incronel. Let me explain that. You know the big vats that they pour the molten metal in? The big cups go down the rails and they pour the metal out. What the hell is the cups made out of? That's holding the molten metal. Incronel. So this was and get this, Shape, which was Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe. Do you know what sergeant was in charge of that? He died about a year ago.
Robert Dean.
Absolutely. And
Aberdeen.
he called, I talked to him almost once a week for the last year of his life. And he knew all about that. Also, when you talk about a general's file cabinet, you gotta know something. A general's file cabinet is not like a file cabinet you got in your room there behind you, a little file cabinet. It takes a forklift and a couple of men to move. It weighs tons. It's like a portable vault. So when they were keeping stuff from shape in the general's file cabinet, it's in a vault. So, but yeah, Bob Dean remembered that medal. And I told him, well, he wondered where it all went. I got it all.
Hey, David, when we get back from this short break, I want you to explain to everyone, if you don't mind talking about, how we made these exotic metals, not here on Earth,
Yeah.
When we get back. So let's take a short 10-minute break, guys. And it's, what time is it? It's 45 after. So, 10 minutes, be here at 55 after.
Okay.
I want to let everyone know that we are going to answer some questions probably the last half hour. So we'll go to the chat room since it's not really a Q&A, but I'm going to gift you guys that as long as everyone can stay on board a little bit longer. And I know you guys have a lot of good questions out there, and the questions are coming through, and these are really, oh, there's the Geiger counter. Oh man, that's an original.
Yeah, it is.
That's not the one from China that they changed all the solenoids in, is it?
No, this is the original civil defense.
Oh
It
man.
works good. Works really well. And
well, you have zero radiation, Dave. That's good.
well, until this thing gets next to it. Yeah, this is these right here, these two little chunks. Really shouldn't put them in my bare hands.
Dave's personally collection of uranium or something.
That's exactly it's plutonium.
Well,
But guess where I got this from? Amazon. I ordered it from Amazon.
Oh, what year though? Because they changed them all out because they don't want everyone to know about Fukushima radiation.
I got
after Fukushima came on board, a lot of those actually were made in China. The new one.
This is before Fukushima.
Oh, good.
And
so I was telling everyone, Tim, that we're going to address some questions towards the end. And if you guys see some questions now you want to address that's pertinent to what we're talking about, you guys can feel free to do that. I see a lot of questions here, but I was going to wait for generalized questions kind of towards the end. Maybe we could take a little bit longer for the audience here and ask some of these really great questions you guys have. So just keep them ready. And when I go to the chat room and start, bringing that to everyone's attention, then we can do that. So everyone hold tight. Really good questions. Like I said, if Richard and Tim Dave want to jump on a specific question, feel free to do so. We're more than happy to answer a few of those. We are going to be doing a lot more Q&As in the future where we'll just sit here and answer your questions. But today we're just trying to figure out, with all that's happening, one of the questions we were talking about the other day, fellows, was, where is this going and who's really going to be responsible for it? Is it what nation's going to take part of that, or is it a part of a government, military industrial complex? Who's going to kind of head this up once things start getting really exciting? We talk about this also. A couple of the countries are dropping off, like Argentina. Wasn't that who said that? Richard, was that you? No.
Yeah.
We were talking about other countries that were part of this kind of conglomerate. What was getting access to some of the three-letter agencies. And I think, Richard, if you want to start with that agency, because they're all part of, I'll let you get into it.
Well, what I was going to talk about is the incident happened in Brazil. The Virginia case in 1996, and how it relates to other incidents that happened between 1996 and 1985, other landings in South America, Mexico, and also in the southern part of the United States. The Needles incident, the Needles California incident. I think most viewers and most listeners know that Brazil had a almost like a Roswell incident. It was at Varginha, Varginha incident in Brazil. In 1996, Air Force Office Special Investigations went down there. They came out of a support activity in Peru. They were staged out of an air base in Sao Paulo. And they sent a whole team, a DART team down the aircraft recovery team. One of the agents that was involved, retired agent Clifford Reed, unfortunately, he passed away a few years ago. He spoke at a UFO convention about this, so he didn't go into any great details because it was still classified. But the craft that was recovered in Brazil was brought back to the United States on a Navy ship. It was too big to be flown. I think the largest plane we had back and that day was the C-5. And if I'm wrong, David, correct me, but I think the C-5 was the largest plane. It couldn't get in there, and they couldn't take it apart. Yeah. So they put it on a Navy ship. They transported to a port east of Sao Paulo, put it on a ship, U.S. Navy ship, and brought it all the way back to the closest port they could get it in was Long Beach. And then they got it from Long Beach, traveling only at night. And I think there was some photographs taken of this, although it was covered, and finally got to the western gate of Nellis Test and Training Range, which is near Tonopah Air Force Base in the western part of the Test and Training Range. It was taken in there and then eventually transported over to Area 51 for analysis. How do I know this? One of the members of our advanced working group was on the team, the DART team down there. Also, Wendell Stevens had a whole presentation about this, including 4 Brazilian Air Force officers that were involved in this incident and that assisted in the recovery of this aircraft, of this downed craft. Now, one of the things they learned about this craft, and I'm not a technical person, although I do teach advanced math, I still teach it online at the Defense Continuing Education Program. So I teach theory of probability, combinations, permutations, things like that. But I'm not a technical person. But one of the things I found out that this craft had in it was when the craft was about 45 feet in diameter. And when you walked into the craft, it looked like the craft was 5 times larger than it really was from the outside. Now, I'm sure Tim or David can explain. I know my former employee, Hal Putoff, could explain why that happens. But one of the amazing things about this craft was that when you walked inside of it, it looked like it was 10 times bigger. And that was an amazing thing that we learned. And I don't know if we knew about this before, but that's one of the things that we, and plus this craft had a type of atmosphere inside. It was pressurized, but not the type of pressurization that you would see inside an aircraft or a airliner. It was a type that was a flowing, motioned system that protected the pilots, the aliens, from gravity and from the excessive G's that were forced on this craft. We don't know how it worked, at least back in that time period. We didn't know how it worked. I'm sure we figured it out today, and I think we probably have something that we've reverse engineered regarding that. But those are the things. That's the thing I wanted to bring up right now, and I have some other things later that. And I have some questions that some of my devoted fans and your fans out of Gaia have, and Tim's fans out of Gaia has sent us. There's 5 questions that some of the very hard-nosed and fans out there, and we can talk about that later.
Yeah, to explain the craft, and I'll let everyone have their little throw at it. We're talking about very high voltage electrogravitic fields, number one. And those fields can create, of course, like we talked about, a craft's own density. And those fields also are an open portal. So size with craft doesn't matter. It could be a grain of sand, because they can change their molecular structure and fly through the earth, through the oceans, you know, whatever they want to do, because they're using what you guys talked about earlier, faster than the speed of light. And it does have to do with time travel. So there is these craft that they apparently look maybe the size of a house, but you get in, they're football fields long, and it is the craft. It's just inside these craft, it's a totally different time disbursement, number one. And that has to do with also portal technology. They get their energy from over unity, free energy that comes from the fabric of space and time. Of course, time doesn't exist, but that energy is everywhere. And that's why they don't want, you know, the reason the US doesn't want to give all their UFO files out is because you're going to prove, you know, over unity. You're going to prove that they didn't get here on gas, coal, and oil or rocket fuel. They got here utilizing unlimited. Dave's laughing. They're looking at unlimited energy. That means you can have any voltage you want all the time, and then we would be all off the grid. And the whole thing I was always trying to talk to around the world with the leaders and UN was, well, at least let's go ahead and get that technology out and still let us pay for it, because in that respects, you know, we won't have all this carbon in the atmosphere and kind of stay on the grid, but the power is actually coming from free energy. Now, I do know a couple countries that had tried to disembark on this. One of them was the Philippines. That's classified. And they get their coal and all their stuff, usually from Japan and other countries out there. And they noticed all of a sudden, after a few months, that they're not ordering, you know, the coal, you know, and there was an investigation because they're messing with really big pocketbooks of the 1%ers. And then they found out what was going on. So what they did was they're utilizing only half coal, the rest free energy, but they're still charging the person at the end using the light bulb the same amount of money. Now, if we can get everyone, you know, all these big wigs, all the megalomaniacs out there to allow this to happen, but still charge us, we're doing a great thing for planet Earth. That's for sure. And that's just something I think they're going to be forced to do, either through I'll just say, I don't want to talk bad things, but when a catastrophic event happens on planet Earth, they're going to have to utilize, you know, these systems to stay alive. You want to elaborate on that, Tim?
Yeah, actually, I want. So thanks. So first of all, I want to add to Richard, actually, because I've seen these things. And they probably come from those incidents. Those are actually gravitation spoils. I think it's called. Is it spoils? Like what do you call them in English? What?
Coils.
Oh yeah, coils. Thanks.
No.
Let's do this. Never happened. Let's try me again. Spirals. Yeah, thanks. They actually look like the thing like that Emery has right in the background. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Some of the magic that Emery always carries around in his 10,000 packages that he flies with. This is not a joke. But so actually the gravitation works in a certain way. So we basically have a geometric movement, which is actually is gravitation. So basically the fabric of space, it's not linear and it's not fixed, but it's always constantly moving. And gravitation is actually looking like a spiral. So what these things are doing, these coils, is actually, as you said, basically the high current is going through them, and they are imitating this geometric movement. And you can basically see it like in space when you have like a massive star or something, then this curves the gravitational spiral too. So yeah, they basically probably re-engineered these things because you can set them up to any gravitation that you want, actually.
Absolutely.
Richard, it was, I think what Tim, what you're trying to describe, Richard probably knows this. It's a Mobius.
Yeah.
Do you remember a toy called Spirograph? You might not remember it, Tim. Y'all remember Spirograph when
Yeah.
we were little?
Pencil
Matter of
in.
fact, there's, on the portal to Ascension, that's damn near a Mobius right there. But anyway, it's like a spiral but three-dimensional field. It's a word that's not commonly used. Richard teaches math, he probably would recognize it. But
Yeah, no,
You didn't hear us.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm back on now.
We're talking about you, Richard.
He got another call on the line.
I'm just talking about how damn smart Richard is. So it's probably a Mobius that you're looking at. And that's how they made the Spirograph toy, by the way, off of a Mobius.
It's super fascinating. All these, sacred geometries, they all come into play when you look into gravitational fields, actually. And you see like yeah. Super.
And if you look at the Van Allen radiation belts, that looks like a
Oh,
giant
yeah.
Mobius around the planet. And that's another thing that we can get into later. The moon.
Yeah, Dave, I would like to talk about that. And if you would start to, because they're going to be really interested, all of us.
Okay.
There is this crater in the South Pole, and you're an expert on this. You've been studying this for quite some time. It's never been brought to the media's attention. It's definitely not been brought.
No, not really. The
Regular,
largest
just people like us. So go ahead, Dave.
All right, the largest crater that everybody's familiar with on the moon is Tycho. It's rays splatter all across the entire face. But around the backside, the second largest meteor impact is on the backside. It's down by the South Pole and it's called Aiken Basin. Like Aiken, South Carolina. It's Aitken. I can't pronounce it, but the Aiken Basin is on the far side. It's the oldest crater on the moon, and it's huge. But what is so interesting about all this? That's where the Chang'e 5 probe from China landed and drilled down and brought up these water beads and brought them back. And they've used everything from electron spectroanalysers to you name it. And they have analyzed it, and it's the crystalline structure is amazing. But what it's telling us that there's an ocean there on the moon. You just can't see it. But there's more. See, the moon does not have a core. Okay, it's hollow. How could it not have a core? Well, if it had a core, it would have a north and south pole magnetic fields. There are no magnetic fields on the moon. And it's so there's no core. Which that leads to a whole bunch of other things. Never mind what I think it is. I think it's a Winnebago somebody parked there. That's what I think. We're going to meet the owners eventually. And boy, I tell you, you better change your attitude, because when we went up there, we dropped 400,000 pounds of junk on the moon. Old dune buggy, moon buggies, lunar landing pads, 96 bags of feces that the astronauts.
You never achieved to blow you like a nuclear bomb.
Well, I mean, imagine somebody lands on the roof of your house, drops all that stuff on the roof, and then put a flag up there and say, "We're coming here to live." So they go out to an edge of a crater, call Neil over and say, grab some rocks, get some dust, go home, and don't ever come back. You're a bunch of pigs. So we probably got thrown out. But
Oh my God, we have Dwayne Ollinger in the chat. That's
Well,
so cool. Hi, Dwayne.
The thing that about the Aiken Basin is so important is what all three countries found there, Russia, China, and America. They went over it, and under the surface, just a few feet down, there's this pile of something. We think it's metal, but wait till you hear the specs on it. 300 kilometers in depth, 2,000 kilometers in length, 2.18 billion kilograms. It's the size of metal. It's a lump of metal down there that is 5 times the size of Hawaii Island. And we don't know what it is. And it's just laying there. Could you imagine? They said it might have been an asteroid core that, that exploded billions of years ago, or crystallization of a magma ocean, which the moon never had. So I don't see how that could happen. But it caused this author named Peter B. James. He wrote called The Aitken Basin Mysteries. And this pile of metal, the reason that's so important, let me explain to you another way. I did molten metal in a weightless environment back in the 70s through a thing called GAS program, GAS, Getaway Special. Not making this up, look it up. The Getaway Special was hosted by NASA. And what it was, for $3, $7, or $10,000, you could buy a third, a half, or a whole 55-gallon drum that would fit on the inside of the cargo bay of the space shuttle. The astronauts would just do one thing. At one time, they'll go over and flip up a switch, and then they'll come back and flip it down. So you had to build the whole thing, was totally robotic. But for $10,000, I got a 55-gallon drum, and I'm using a $2.5 billion spacecraft. Not a bad deal. So a lot of people lined up, and they ran about 10,000 gas canisters through. Well, when one of those canisters was mine, well, actually I had about 10 of them, but one of them, I melted metal. And then I knew we were going to have a problem, because how you get this 2,000-degree glowworm going up there, and you're looking at each other as astronauts, and you're going, whoa, man, don't let that get in your underwear. You're not going to like that. So how do you handle molten metal in a weightless environment? You can't pour it into anything. It's like shoveling smoke or hammering Jello to the wall. It's difficult. So by an accident up there, I learned to use sound waves of all things. And sound waves in a 6-speaker sided grid, you can control metal and shape it 3-dimensionally simultaneously. Try that here on Earth. It's impossible. Well, why is that important? Ocean Gate, remember that thing? Those people died going down the Titanic? That need not happen, y'all. We don't need to have that happen. Because if you could look at what they're doing, they're taking polycarbon and titanium and spinning it together, and they created that hole. It's not going to hold up, and I'll tell you why. If you can look at anything metal here on Earth, like this ink pen's all metal, if you can look inside it molecularly, it looks like chaos because the gravity fields of the Earth has come in and set up convector curves. So it can't blend very well. With my metal, I had a 100% molecular blend of metal, 100%. Best you can get here on Earth is like 60. So I can put something like a honeycomb pattern in the molecular structure of the metal, freeze it there with the sound waves, let it cool down, and now we've got something we can work with. Well, the experts want to tell me that no, that it's going to come in the gravity field of Earth, it'll be brittle, will break like peanut butter brittle. I said, no, it's not. It's going to do just the opposite. I said, Mother Nature made the honeycomb. I didn't. It's the best weight-bearing structure on Earth. So anyhow, big argument, and they made a bet. They got me irritated. They said if I lose, I'd buy them a year's subscription to Scientific American. Oh, great. If I win, I said, what do I get? They asked me what I wanted. I said, well, I'll take my magazine of great knowledge, Hustler. Well, that set them off a little bit. So anyhow, the metal came back. My metal was put under a shear load. It's no thicker than my thumbnail. But on a shear load, my metal had 1,000 times the strength of titanium. It weighs less than styrofoam, the same size, and it's crystal clear. Welcome to trans steel of the 22nd century. And that's how I came up with. So you make that in a honeycomb structure, build your ocean gate, go down there, go 30,000 meters down. It won't bother. It's a shame that people had to die like that. That's just one product, and I've got hundreds of products lined up, which brings you to, you guys are going to talk about, there's government agencies, and they'll be running a part of the space program. And then the military is doing its thing. You got the government, military, private sector. Now, that's probably where I'll fall in. I'll be hanging out with the likes of, Elon Musk, Bezos, the guy that runs Galactic Airlines, Branson, that crowd. And I hope so, because if we get funded like we're supposed to now, if we do, I'll be able to help Elon Musk immediately. I've got some plans for him, boy, and I can really give him a supply thing. But anyway, back to the moon. The moon, there was this man named Chris Kraft, not the guy that built the boats, but he was the former director of Houston Spacecraft Center. And he was back in the very beginning, like 1960, 1958. And Chris said, it's much easier to explain why we don't have a moon than we have one. It's very difficult to explain. For instance, the moon does things that don't make any sense. Have you ever looked at the size of the moon compared to Earth? It's enormous. We don't have the gravitational mass to capture something like that. And not only did we capture it, we caught it into a tidal lock, which means it doesn't rotate. Only one side faces us 24/7. And it also is in a perfect circular orbit. The only moon in our solar system that's in a perfect circle around the Earth. All others are elongated, like an egg. And I could go for hours. It's just, there's just no reason why things are the way they are on the moon. And another thing, the craters, you look at the depth, they all go down to a certain level and they stop. All craters. You'll have one crater that's only 6 feet in diameter. You'll have another one that's like this one here, 300 miles across. They're the same depth. It's like something went down so far and you hit something. You hit a hole is what you hit. So, and there's money to be made there. Unfortunately, I may have shot America. I may have shot Uncle Sam in both feet. NASA people will not listen to me. I get tired of it. Well, somebody in Beijing said, would you come over and talk to us? Sure. What you got? So I'll come over there. And I showed them what to build. Drew it out on blackboards. Drew the schematics. They got everything. Now they can go mine helium-3 off the surface of the moon. Helium-3 is, you can't get it here on Earth because the Van Allen radiation belts and all the layers of the atmosphere block it out. On the moon, there's no core, so there's no radiation belts. And the solar winds deposit helium-3 all over the moon. It's saturated with it. Well, what's helium-3? Well, it's a helium isotope with an extra orbit in it.
Hey, David, I did put the schematics on the moon so everyone can see them.
Okay, good.
About,
So anyway, helium-3 was found to be very useful. And of all things, a tokamak reactor. So reactors not unlike the ones that blew apart at Fukushima. So, but if you would take 1 ton of ore, just go across the moon with the earth movers I designed to work up there, they would scoop up the dirt, they drop it in their hoppers. You have 1 ton of ore there. 1 ton of ore, you roll the hopper over toward the sun side, the sun shines on it, it's 250 degrees above light and the light out there. So it's 250 degrees, it heats up, out comes this gas, and then you roll it over to the shadow side of the vehicle, it's 250 below zero. And then the gas turns into a liquid. Now you got liquefied helium-3. Well, what could you do with that? Well, you bring it back to nuclear reactors, put it in the reactors. Instead of running, what's the reactors run today best? 42%, something like that. These things jump to 96% efficiency with helium-3.
And it's cleaner.
After you shut them down, a tokamak reactor now, shut it down, open the doors and walk in with a shirt on. No radiation, 0 radiation, clean thermal fusion power, not fission, fusion. And no, it's not cold fusion because it gets up to 50 million degrees when it's running. That's 50 million degrees centigrade. So imagine what it is in Fahrenheit. But here's the catch. That 1 ton of ore that we have in that hopper has enough electrical power feed to feed the entire United States energy needs for 1 full year. And that ton of ore will sell back on Earth for $3 billion per ton, is what the experts are looking at. So whoever gets up there and starts mining helium-3, they're going to own an awful lot of money, and they're going to have all the energy control.
And the Chinese are already done on it, right?
Yeah, I already done. I built the machines for China. It's Chang'e 7, not 6, but 7 will be taking my bulldozers up there. So sorry, Uncle Sam, but God damn, you wouldn't listen to me. I'll talk to anybody that'll listen. And it's going to make money. Oh God. So however, there's a saving grace. If Emery and I get what we need, I can overtake China and beat them to the helium-3. And that's just the start of things up there. What's with all that metal in the bottom of Aiken Basin? I already told you about shaping metal in a weightless environment. Look what I can make. What could I do with that metal? You know, good God. You know, and people say, well, it's hard. You wouldn't be able to cut it or manipulate it. Wrong. I had Inconel and carbonite laying there. And everybody's looking at me. We take a blowtorch to it. Guy stand out there until his arm belt fell off. He can't even get the metal hot enough to glow red. It just won't take the heat. However, we couldn't get enough heat. So I told him, I said, well, we need to use our crystals from space. Do you know what happens when you grow a crystal in space? Grow it. You ever thought about that? I did on one of those gas canisters. Crystal didn't come back yay big. It came back 10 times the size of the crystal on Earth. And the X-ray views told the story. These crystals were absolutely flawless. All crystals on Earth have gravity convection streaks through them, thousands of them. So what can I do with that crystal? I could make a ruby diamond laser that would cut through anything. So that's how I would shape and cut my metals, the super metals I bring back. The point is, we can work with this stuff. We can do this stuff and we can make it happen. We don't have to sit here and moan about, oh God, you know, the president's a sleeping Joe up there in the White House. You got a megalomaniac named Trump trying to throw him out. That's just like, you know, which do you want to get bit by, the Gila monster or the rattlesnake? You know, choices are miserable. And then we got economics, got immigration, got all this stuff going on. We can fix all this, y'all. It doesn't have to be this way. I've got a lot of technical answers that would make a lot of money for somebody. Then we'll transfer, you know, don't hog the wealth. Jesus, that's what I've been talking to 1%ers about already. Do you realize 1% less, it's actually 1/10 of 1% controls 99% of the wealth on the planet? That's bullshit. If the grandfathers of Carnegie and, you know, all of them, Biltmores, Flaglers, if they came back and saw their grandsons of today, they'd probably shoot every one of them because they're hogging all the money. And we could fix these things, you know, but we're not doing it. But with this type of introduction of wealth generation that doesn't exist anywhere else but there. And there's another thing. Everybody wants to go to Mars. Do you know what the distance is to Mars? I do. 218.9 million miles. That's 437.8 million miles, half a billion mile round trip. And the moon, 240,000 miles. And everybody wants to go to Mars. You know, I'm going to have to talk to Elon Musk more about that. I'm not through with the moon. We're going to go back there. There's these things up there that I don't know what they are, but your UFO community people sure have been beating me with it. Thing that looks like the arch. It looks like from St. Louis, except the damn thing's like 10 miles long. There's these big radar dishes type looking things up there. I've looked at them. I don't see all the stuff they see in them, but it does beg the question, what are these things? You know, and there's
The transparent metals. And,
yeah. You know, what is all this? And they're on a cluster, they're around each other, not miles away. And in all my dabblings and tinkering stuff, I have just finished building drones that fly in a vacuum. Now you think about that. I got drones that can fly in a vacuum with these special hydroxine motors. So I'll send my drones out to the moon. We'll go everywhere. And I suggest the first thing we do is go around to the backside, knock on the door and ask anybody living there, can we have permission to come here? We'll start out by cleaning up all the crap we left behind, bring it all back here and sell it through Sotheby's auctions and pay for the entire project. Jesus, how hard is that to figure out?
They'll make it into watches, you know how
Oh man, yeah.
You know, Dave, we know this.
Well, who wouldn't want a bag of shit from an astronaut? I mean, everybody would want.
Someone's gonna pay for it.
Yeah, crazy people out there pay millions of dollars, stuff like that. Somebody sold an umbrella on eBay the other day. It was haunted, got $5 million for a haunted umbrella. Come on, y'all. Bring that junk from the moon back to the Sotheby's and I'll pay for the entire program. So there's just quit being depressed about everything. It doesn't have to be that way. We can fix this stuff. Now, if you talk UFO community, they throw a monkey wrench in the operation. I said to a crowd like I said, you know, unless it's aliens' influence and can't control that, we might have a problem with our problems. But right now, most of the problems I see, they're all human made, so we can fix them. However, there is a contingent of people that say most of our problems are coming from aliens, but I don't think so. I think we created them all from greed and stupidity.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We're going to be remembered, you know, the Bronze Age, the Dark Ages. You know what our age is going to be remembered in the future by us? The age of stupidity. We were just stupid. We didn't do anything. We sat there on our asses till it all fell down around our ears. And it doesn't have to be that way. I have built an entire lifetime of projects and stuff out there. I could keep us busy long after I'm dead, my bones are dust. There'll still be things to do. And it's your kids, your grandkids will have a future, you know?
Yeah, David, I mean, all the stuff that we've presented in the past couple of years has been mind-blowing. I mean, you are just, a gift to this planet that you care so much. You know, we're working on some major projects with some groups we can't really disclose right now, but
Right.
It is going to happen. Regardless, it's definitely going to happen. And everything that you just heard David say is going to come true. We ask for all your prayers and protection for David and I during this amazing endeavor that we've been given. And we're very blessed to be in this position as well.
Yeah,
and I want
right.
to thank you, Dave, personally, for all the stuff that you've developed. And I think all that's going to definitely come to fruition. And our children are definitely going to benefit from that.
Yeah, and see, I don't plan to keep any of it. I'm gonna give it all away.
Yeah, we don't need it.
No,
Yeah.
but your grandkids are gonna need it.
Right. All
And
right, Tim, you
fine
got
with me.
something to say, Tim. I'm gonna let David take a breather.
Yeah, I need it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know
Professor
Tim.
Know-it-all here, Bullwinkle. That's who I am.
We love you, David. Tim, go ahead. I know you got something to say.
Yeah, I'm wondering your thoughts, David, are really like, yeah, it's deep. Is this really like stupidity? I don't know. It's people are clever, but so unwilling, you know, in some kind of way. And I remember I talked to one of the technicians in these advanced projects, and I asked him, like, how long would it take? Yes, now for real, how long would it take to clean up all that stuff? And he told me, we need 3 days. We need 3 days to fix the whole environment, because all the technology that we need, we have. And I said, go do it. What are you waiting for? And he said, Tim, can you imagine how much more money this stuff in the background makes?
It's in the trillions.
Yeah, when it's disastrous, you know, when things on this planet are really like, people are screaming for that technology, it's much more valuable. And I was kind of shocked. I mean, I was completely shocked by that, because this is not stupidity. This is like, I don't know. Is this already evil? Maybe.
It's also the awareness, because David and I have to educate these megalomaniacs. We have to have a bigger footprint and protection than them, because once they see they can make some money, that's kind of the foot in the door. I don't mind if they're going to make money, as long as they're going to clean up the earth, because later on that'll be all obsolete, and there's still going to be some monetary system going on. So it's not that I think, I just think they're like, it's not so much they're stupid, not so much they're crazy. Everyone is. It's about the education of the format of all the information and intelligence we're trying to bring to them that they're really not completely aware of, believe it or not. You think they are.
I've got a clue. I've had people ask me, was I dropped on my head as a kid? That was asked by Strong Thurman to my admiral. After debriefing, I was on a mission, and the and my admiral had an interesting answer for Strong Thurman, who was head of national security at the time. Man was in office for 60 consecutive years. Nobody should be in that long. Anyway, he said, Senator, sit down, man. I'll tell you a story about Adair. First day he showed up at work, he come walking in. I heard somebody walk in. I'm writing. I look up. And he said, I'm Adair, pointing for duty. And he said, Senator, he was in dress whites. He was covered in blood, tore all to pieces, road tar, all kinds of stuff on him. I looked at him like, what happened? He said, I was walking down Pennsylvania Avenue, and next thing you know, I'm in front of the White House, and I get mugged by this white SUV, and I back up and look. It's a white rhinoceros, and it's pushing me along the pavement and up against the wall and everything. Finally, I got back from its eyeball, and I just yelled, stop, and it did. Ran around the corner, and I didn't see it anymore.
That was in the paper.
Yeah, so the admiral said, well, I went home thinking, my God, the Navy sent me a madman to work with. So I turn on, said, Senator, I turn on TV, pour myself a drink. News comes on, a woman says, the Washington Zoo was transporting a rare white rhinoceros that got loose, ran down Pennsylvania Avenue, mugged a pedestrian, went around the building and was caught. And the admiral said, I dropped my glass, I dropped my bottle. He said, my God, the man was telling us the truth. So what we have learned with him for the next 11 years that he was with us, he is the lightning rod for the weird and unexplained. You can see it around him at start. Weird stuff starts happening. Papers start moving. I mean, we don't know what it is. We've just learned to deal with it. And he's about the best agent we've ever had. 200 missions and never missed a single one.
Well, speaking of missions, Richard, I want you to go ahead and, I know we've probably got a little bit here to go with all the information. And I know you wanted to go ahead and disembark on that intel we were talking about earlier, if you want to go ahead and get into that.
Well, I think one of the things I wanted to say earlier, which I hope we have enough time to discuss, because we're going to get into,
we're going to go over.
We're going to get into, Okay, we're gonna get in a lot of discussion on this.
Yes.
I got a question from a man who watches all of us on Gaia, loves us all, is a strong supportive of Gaia. And this is his question. We have heard from many U.S. government officials, such as Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, Lou Elizondo, former director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, Chris Mellon, former Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, Captain David Grush, former U.S. Intelligence Officer, Dr. Hal Puthoff, former director of Project 99, about the secret UAP UFO reverse engineering program controlled by DARPA. Can anyone talk about Project 99? Now, I hope we don't get cut off by the government for me going into Project 99, but I'm going to tell it. I'm going to tell it like it is.
Thank you, Richard.
In 1980, prior to President Reagan taking office, between when he was elected in November 7th and when he took office, actually in January 20th or whenever it was, he was briefed by the Central Intelligence Agency on a number of different programs. He was also briefed by Dr. Hans Mark, who was the Secretary of the Air Force at the time, and about a particular threat that the United States received or obtained this information from another source. Very when President Reagan took office in January of 1991, his very, very first thing after the Iran-Contra the Iranian situation was taken care of, which it was already taken care of. I mean, the hostages were already en route home. But one of the first things he asked the Central Intelligence Agency director was, Stansfield Turner, was, I want to know everything you have on the subject of unidentified flying objects. I want to know everything and don't hide anything from me. Well, eventually, after Caspar Weinberger and some of the others, Casey became director of CIA, the president was briefed. Now, some of these transcripts has been leaked onto the internet and they're actual factual information. But one of the things that he wanted was how we can protect the Earth from an alien invasion. And there are a number of projects that were already in the works, such as the Strategic Defense Initiative. That was actually started in the Carter administration, of the ideas on paper. But Reagan wanted it to be implemented. He wanted those plans to be fully implemented. He wanted a system to protect Earth from incoming, not outgoing from the Earth, but incoming threats from space. And one of the projects that the Pentagon and Caspar Weinberger started was this Project 99. The Project 99 was a highly classified project back in those days, as SCI, Sensitive Compartment Information project, that dealt with advanced technologies that we already had or that we could develop quickly, put in space to protect Earth from anything coming in. Now, the Strategic Defense Initiative, which you can read volumes and volumes and volumes on the internet, one particular document that was declassified from Los Alamos, you can go to Los Alamos and find this document on the Strategic Defense Initiative. Most of the documents are redacted, but there's one page in there that says, a scientist that was working on this says, we have to figure out how we can create these satellite systems with weapons on board that can be turned around so they can be aimed at space and not just at threats coming from the Earth, such as Soviets or at that particular time period, Soviets and the Chinese rockets or ICBMs. we have to figure out how we can turn these crafts around so these weapon systems can be pointed into space. Now, if you read that, it's just a paragraph. That makes you think of, well, it's already, you know what the other redacted stuff is we have a threat coming in. Now, you know that Reagan has talked about this on a number of occasions to the United Nations, to private enterprises, to speeches that he gave to the Central Intelligence Agency, classified speeches, to the Pentagon, that he knew about this threat. He was worried about this threat. But one of the things that we don't know is what particular ET race were we worried about? Now, I don't know that. Maybe Tim knows. I know Tim wasn't around back in those days, but maybe Tim knows. I've never found any literature. I haven't found anybody that actually will talk about it. I mean, I know people who were with our working group that was around back then and worked for the Pentagons, even some way before that. I have a good friend that lives right here in Albuquerque, just down the street from me, who worked for the Central Intelligence Agency for 35 years and knows everything there is, but he won't seem to talk about that either. So my question to Tim is, do you know anything about that threat, and what particular species of aliens were we worried about back in the 80s?
The 80s, oh my goodness. I actually wanted to speak about something about another threat, which I assume is very it seems to be something that is currently happening, and this has to do with the European story and history too. So you see I'm a little collecting my words here, but it's not such an easy topic, and I know people probably don't like when I speak about it, but I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible, and we're only like 100 people here, so you will never ever see me talk about it publicly. But recently, one of the disclosure episodes, we had Randy Kramer, and he talked about certain things, and I received a ton of messages of people who were really fearful because he spoke about an upcoming imminent fake invasion scenario. He also brought up a certain parts of the history, and I just want to clarify some things because I feel like this is like so to my knowledge, this is one of the highest ranking threats things that we have to deal with right now, and this is not like ET threats, but this is like inner earthly political stuff, and this has to do with the World War II history. So basically, I've been looking into documents some years ago, and there's evidence that parts of the Jen is gonna laugh now. I'm loving it. The other Germans, the Germans from back in the days, they made it to Antarctica. There's a lot of documents that I've seen that have never made it public, but there's a lot of evidence to that. And I know Randy Kramer brings this up, and this is one of the high class security things that really concerns people a lot. And it also brings a lot of questions because, as you know, these the other Germans from back in the days were elected. They were democratically voted into that. They always had an interest in the geographical location in Germany, in Europe. Tim doesn't want to say the word Nazi. Yeah, let's say Nazi.
It's okay, Richard.
I'm from Germany. We don't say this word. We don't say the N word. Okay, you're from America. We don't say that. So okay. So basically, these people. It seems like there are a lot of lot of documents that state and give evidence that they exist. They are counted in the millions today. Like the last thing that I've read is 7 million people, which is not a great, grand size nation. It's not comparable to the Russians, for example, or something. But those people, they were technologically ahead of everyone else in 1945. And they never stopped doing that. They constantly worked on things. And they are still, they still have an interest in reoccurring, in this scenery that we have. And I know that, they are considered like one of the a number one threat in some kind of way, because there are also treaties going on galactic wise, and you actually have a certain set of laws that things, people that come from Earth are treated differently than, people that come from another star system and come into Earth. And these, other Germans, they are, Earth people just like anyone else. So they are considered a certain threat. And Randy Kramer, he delved into that and birthed out a lot of things that he felt, was right or not. And I just wanted to talk about that. And it's a really difficult situation, a really difficult topic, again, because I don't want to, we all, like Randy, he's a cool guy, but he also, frightened a lot of people. And so I just want to go into that in some kind of way. It's also a really complicated situation because we're dealing with a certain international law in Europe, which means that what happens to Europe, who's owning this place right now? So this is like a law situation that is also really complicated too. Yeah, and again, I wouldn't talk about that publicly, but we see like Russia is being addressed in some kind of way. Russia is, fighting currently in the Ukraine and is, spending a lot of its infrastructure on that. There are certain strategies in the background geopolitically to not, make Russia rise again. And we have a similar situation going on with Europe too. But I also saw that Randy was really, going into the scenario that there could be like a fake invasion. So 2015, we had a grand meeting of a lot of, actually all the power plays that could come up. The US, I think the US Marines and Navy, they were mostly giving the initiative and bringing people together. And these people, they all agreed upon the disclosure project that is going on currently. And they actually agreed upon a certain project, a certain plan, how to bring soft disclosure forward, things that we're seeing currently. It's going to happen on the national level. Rick and I talked about this earlier this week, and Emery too. We're going to see that the national level is actually in response to what's happening. So that being said, the Germans have looked extensively into the scenario of a fake invasion, and we actually wrote such a thick document about it, and we saw that it's gonna be like a super chaotic, uncontrollable situation that is not good for the planet at all. And they agreed and brought in their input that a soft disclosure would be the thing, that we're gonna have like what we called, or what is translated to independent field operator status. That means that individuals coming forward, bringing forward information and so on, and through a lot of certain small cases, we then, have the population of Earth prepared for what's going on. We have pretty much agreed that a false flag invasion scenario would be absolutely catastrophic and not work at all, because of the psyche of how people would react, how they would totally burst out into chaos. So I just want to say that to everyone who's afraid in some kind of way, that these are the things that should not occur. And I want to calm everyone down. And again, I want to also say that Randy is, and again, I'm not, I like Randy. He's one of the reasons why I do what I do, because I saw him talk on Cosmic Disclosure, and someone came to me and things are happening. So I just want to say that he put it in a way that there are only like two solutions, like two sides, like it's gonna be the thing, and you have to decide if you're for the Earth people or if you're for the invasion people. And that is not the case. There are many, many more people, groups involved. We have hundreds, not maybe even thousands of different Terran, like earthly and non-earthly groups out there. And I know that there are also plans for, stepping into what's happening here on the planet if anyone is, going off the path. And people should keep that in their minds. I know there are certain, evacuation plans, there are certain emergency plans. All this stuff is in the background. And the reason why we only see like a certain small amount of, little incidents here and there is because these people are waiting. These civilizations, these groups are waiting, and they are taking small steps and observing. So I just want to bring that out and, calm everyone down, because that created a lot of waves. Thanks for listening.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tim. I'm so glad you brought that up, because we don't want everyone in a hysteria right now as it's unfolding. But, many scholars have predicted this fake and alien invasion throughout the years. And touching once again what Rick said, Reagan did make an announcement, I think, Rick, at the UN, saying, how all of our differences would be put aside if there was an evil alien threat. And that was back in, what year was that?
83, I believe.
Yeah, it was like 83, 84. So the awareness is extraterrestrials do exist. Even the Pope came forward and said, extraterrestrials do exist. They're children of God, Alibaba. And, no one talks about it, So there is an awareness, and I'm glad for all of you to be here for that awareness, because we need more information out to the public. And I can guarantee you right now, there are government people watching this and listening with a very keen ear, not just because they're watching Richard, David, and I, and Tim not to say certain things, because we're not going to do that, because it has to unfold in a safe way that's safe for the planet. And there's things we can talk about and things we can't, but it's not like we're holding everything back. There's times for everything, and everyone has to do it. We all have to shift happily now educationally, because if we don't, and we try to bum rush it, and one person's saying this, another person's saying that, it's going to get into another conflict of interest. And that's what we don't want to do. We want to be there of service for the planet, for the United States, and do this amicably. What time is it now?
Well, I think, Tim, fantastic. You hit it right on the head. You really did a great job in that speech, and I back you 1,000% on that. There's different ways that we look at it. United States looks at it, and different ways that the German government or British government. The British government has come out recently and made some statements that kind of shocked people. Even Nick Pope, Nick and I did a show out at California a few weeks ago. It's going to air sometime, and One of the things we found out was we talk about United States preparation for invasion or the ET contacts, where I know Randy Kramer talks about this, but others have talked about it. We had a presentation at a UFO convention a couple of years ago about a United States Marine who says the United States Marines, nothing to do with Randy, prepared their force recon or their commando teams to fight ETs. Now we just in February this year, we have a retired Special Air Service British SAS officer who came out and said, guess what? We did too. The United States came over to UK in the 1980s and trained the SAS with special tactics dealing with extraterrestrials. So that's one. Now, we also heard that they've done that with the Danish army, the Norwegian army, but I don't have any firsthand knowledge of that. So we're preparing. We did prepare, but the way I look at it personally is if an ET race, any of these 5 ET races that I know about, if they wanted to destroy planet Earth or kill all humans, they would have already done that years ago. And so I don't think they're here for that reason. I think they're here for some other reason. And whether we can get inside their minds and understand them, I don't think so. I mean, they're different. They're alien species coming from a different planet, different biology, different anatomy, different lifestyles. It would be very difficult for us to foresee what they're going to do to planet Earth.
Yeah, I agree with that, Rick. There's just too much at stake. There's too many involved too, like Tim said. There will be an intervention. I don't believe it's gonna, end too horrendous. If so, they'll get called out anyway, and the truth will be shown. Well, just a real quick note regarding the chat.
Yeah. Tim and I, Tim's German and I speak German and write German, speak German. So sometimes I'll type some things to him in German, and nothing against anybody in a chat room. I'm not trying to hide anything. It's just a note between Tim and I.
Just a bit.
brothers from another mother over there in Germany. And you guys are going to be doing a show pretty soon, both of you. I think we're going to work on the show. So make sure everyone stays tuned for that. And we'll definitely write our emails and our websites down. We're all going to do a brief goodbye a little bit later. But now it's time to answer some questions, guys. I'm going to go right to the chat board here. And I'm going to start at the top. So if you look at your Q&A button, you can kind of go down there and look at it.
Wow, we have so many.
Yeah, we talked about the crash, Annie Lobert. Hi, Annie. Hi, Oz. And David Carey. Well, I can answer that. Some ETs have belly buttons. The question, David Carey, is, are humans the only species that have belly buttons? I'll tell you one thing. Some of them are manufactured, and some of them are actually go through a regular pregnancy. So yeah, it's different on species. Anonymous attendee.
If they're a mammal, they're going to have a belly button.
Say that?
If they're a mammal, they'll have a belly button. If they're a reptilian, they won't.
Right. They're hatched.
That's logical. That's true.
Anything you all can say about the hybridization program? If so, any risk for hybrids coming out? The hybrids, I'll start off by saying the hybrids are already out. Many of us are hybrids, by the way. I think you're referring to a hybridization program. Yeah, they're out there and they're mingling in. I know Tim has a lot to say about this. Go ahead, Tim.
Oh, man. I'm a little conservative about this. I would not recommend anyone, coming forward and speaking about being a hybrid. Because if I look into the sociology of Earth people, they still struggle a lot with their own offspring. Yes. So there's a lot of racial stuff going on, right? So I would suggest just keep it to your community where you feel safe, and wait for it. Yeah.
Well, Richard Doty has a lot to say about that because he was part of the extermination hybridization program. So I'm glad that we're all out now. He's done, retired. I don't know if you talk about that.
Well, well,
I didn't mean to
did.
throw it on you like that, but you know, you had a lot to do.
We did a show actually on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Katie Smith story. A lot of people ask me about the Katie Smith story. Does OSI still go out and look for those type of people that have the unique gifts? Yeah, they do. They do still go out and find people with a psychic ability or Katie Smith's ability, because she was a hybrid. And we know she was a hybrid because there's a way now that we can test people to determine they're hybrid, and I don't know exactly how they do that, but Emery does. But we still do it. And U.S. intelligence still does that.
Yeah, every day. Okay, the next question is what? This is Annie Lobert.
If you've ever wondered what these ancestor kits are for.
Exactly. That's right. Ancestor kits.
Okay, Andy says, what country has the most connection with ETs over the past 100 years, and who is the head with this contact? I'll let all of you take over this because it's multiple countries. I don't think there's one single individual. You know, Tim, this is kind of up your alley too.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, basically the other Germans, they started this. They had one of the first, contacts, or they looked into this. I would say the US comes next. They were the second country who became aware of that. Then the ETs actually, came over to Russia. Russia had a lot of the documents that were once in Berlin. Berlin had this library, if you want to call it like that. So the Nazis, the Nazis collected a lot of the stuff, and they had in Berlin, they had this library, and part of the stuff went to the Americans, part of the stuff went to the Russians. The Russians were kind of lazy about it. They didn't look into the files as as cleanly as the US side did. So they kind of were a little, the US were a little ahead. But the ATs contacted Russia too. China has a huge interest in the ET phenomena too. Yeah, those are the main big players.
Right.
Yeah.
Next question is Nikki Lynn. This is probably for Richard here. Do you know about the bars that were found at the Roswell crash that my father was in contact with? Let's just say I lost it. Hold on. So I don't know about these bars.
Yeah. Okay. The crash site, the Corona crash site in 47. There were a number of things recovered from the extraterrestrial craft. The communications device, the energy device, some other tools that were used to facilitate certain things inside the craft were found. Now, we didn't know what they were initially. It took some time for us to figure out what each one was used for, but fortunately we had we had a live ET that was in captivity from 47-52, and he somehow explained what some of these devices were. But as far as the bars go, I think you're talking about the items that were used to facilitate or repair the craft.
Right. David, our good friend Annie Lobert here, hey Annie and Oz, has a special question for you, David. And it's, do you think one day, I'm telling you, David, we should never had her over here that night and promised her all those spaceships. Hey, do you have one day, do you think one day we could have ships like Star Trek or something like that for travel? Now, I don't know if you want to tell her about what's going on already, but that's a good question for you.
Oh yeah. Well, God, if I would perfect, I'll finish the phases of my engine that I built. Absolutely. Matter of fact, with my engine, I would pull up next to Captain James Hathaway, and tell her, let's see, at 9.3 warp, it'll take you 87 years to get back home. Strap everything down that's not loose. I'll give you a tow, and I'll have her home in 2.5 minutes. That's how fast the engine can go. Because what I'm doing, I'm wrapping time and space around the spacecraft like a burrito, and you just fly through the walls of the dimension. And when you flatten out the burrito, you're only flying on a linear plane, just the small width, and you're doing trans-dimension jumping to those walls, and you get to where you're going really fast. 2 problems though I hadn't figured out. Now somebody else is going to have to do it. I ain't got the brains for it. I outrun my own headlights. So how do I communicate and how do I navigate? That's going to be a real tricky problem.
A good one.
And if you notice in Star Wars, they made a big particular thing about that. Han Solo was arguing with Luke Skywalker, saying, you better get your coordinates right or you're going to end up in the sun and you're going to not be happy with the results on that. So he's right. It is a problem. You have to get your navigation. They didn't allude to what they were doing. I've got a recommendation for everybody though. You want to know how to survive an alien encounter? You better hope you have a pocket full of change. Throw the coins at them. They'll pick them up and they'll look at it and go, oh, they got a base 10 system. Oh, they've got a God, in God we trust. Oh, the metal religious. Oh, all this picking up in seconds off of your coins could save your ass one day. Think
I'll
about
definitely put that in my survival kit.
Yeah, me too. I
my
never
GTA
thought of that.
I get the fuck out of Dodge bag.
What if we have different coins?
Well,
Boy, they don't
Euros,
speak
euros.
English. They only speak German.
No, they'll look at his and go, oh, that's Mark. Okay. Then they'll start looking at, oh, he's got artwork. Oh, they got stamps, presses. So it'll still work. That's universal. So, and don't run. If you run, they'll think you're a rabbit or something. They'll probably eat you. So just stand there and hand them your change and let's see what they do.
Well, I'm gonna get some change from every country now. Put that.
I'm telling you. Hey, here's another interesting thing I learned from a UFO encounter person. The UFO passed over him and it was silent, and then it set down on a railroad track. And when it shut its engines off completely, the tracks bowed under the weight. You know what tracks hold? 575-ton engine locomotives. Well, as soon as it landed on the rails, it's got these big clamps that came out and clamps on the rails. You know, the rails are continuously hooked from Canada, North America, and South America. What a phase array antenna that would make. And that's how they said they send communication waves. I've never heard that before. That's very interesting.
That is.
So,
okay, next question's for Richard. Richard, how many species are listed?
Well, I can only state what I knew from 1979 to 1988. I'm going to give the rest of this time to Tim because he can comment further. But during my time, we knew of 5 races: the Greys, which was the ones that crashed at Roswell; the Archeloids, they're from the Epsilon Eridani star group. The Quataloids, they're from the Sirius star system. The Hepaloids from the Tau Ceti star group, and the Trantaloids from the Andromeda star group. Now, why are they called Archeloids? I don't know. DIA named them. There has to be some reason why they named them that, but I'm not smart enough to figure it out, and nobody that I've spoken with within DIA could answer that question. So I'll turn the rest of this part over to Tim because he knows more than I knew about more than 5.
It's incredible because this is like only 40 years of time difference, and this number exponentially went up to a large number because in Europe we currently, so this is 2020, we have over 10,000 documents of species that are considered relevant. Probably if people would, delve into planetary systems and into those, subgroups of species, the number would be even higher, because imagine how many species we have on this planet alone, right? We have millions of species, underwater, insects, mammals, everything. So there are documents that I've seen, and again, you cannot look into each one of them because they are you need a certain key in order to look into certain species, but the numbers are way over 10,000 currently and growing.
Some of the things I like to talk about when people ask that question is that, being in the projects and looking at all the different genetic DNA samples that they had collected way before I even got there, a good way to put it is, if you can imagine every living creature on the planet, mammals, talking about fish, insects, just regular animals, imagine them, growing into a conscious state of the 5-star system with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, 1 billion years from now, 100 million years from now. And that's what seems to be scattered across the universe and interdimensions, that these beings, have evolved somehow, or they're a part of a hybridization program like we were, to get to this, to get to their era, what they're going through. And also the different types of multi-dimensional beings. Not all beings look like in a 3D. A lot of these are light beings. And, Tim, about this. They come in all different forms of matter. Some we can explain, some we cannot. And, like they all do emit photons. They're all, I have that picture of the light being. Well, that light being, if it wanted to manifest itself in a 3D, could be, look like a human, a dog, a cat, or whatever. If we go into 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dimension, sometimes we are just light itself. And I think people need to know it's a vast amount. There's not a number that's put on board. What Richard talks about is actual documentation that he's seen. He's actually been through and met these creatures that
yeah, these are the ones.
there you go. Love documentation. And so that's my take on it. David, you had a whole different experience with that.
Oh yeah, I was.
We can talk about Pithlum for a little bit, but we've done a couple shows on it.
Well,
Everyone
Pithlum,
definitely check out Cosmic Disclosure on Gaia TV. David had a more intimate relationship, meaning the exchange of information and light, and
still going on.
And still going on. Dave, you want to just touch base a little bit about that?
Yeah, this race is old. I don't know if they drink water. I don't think they eat or drink anything.
It's an amazing event.
They're a massive energy, but it's their age. They're 13 billion years old, almost the age of the universe. So they're like the original citizens. They're born in between the galaxies among dark matter, kind of like the way whales are born in the bottom of the ocean. And that's where they stay their entire life, is out in the dark matter. Do you know the Webb telescope just showed us something? We didn't think there was anything in between the galaxies. Wrong answer. Webb telescope found thousands and thousands of solar systems in between the galaxies. We didn't think there was anything there. And that's where Pithlum and her crowd's from. That's where they're born. So yeah, it's just I don't know what her job is going to be, but when it's a personal thing.
Yeah, it is a personal thing, and I can vouch for it, because when you came and spent a couple of weeks with me here at the lab, we were able to pick up on subtle energies and other energetic.
Oh, that's
things.
Right. Yeah.
And you blew us away, because we were sitting here doing a huge body scan. It takes 3.5 hours, sometimes 6 hours, and it goes down into the DNA, RNA into that molecular
Your
structure.
partner was bone white when she turned around. and
Yeah,
looked at me, and she
yeah,
goes,
I went pretty crazy when she saw that. She called me over like, hey, what's this going on? I'm like, oh, that's just Pithlin in there. You know, he's just carrying a couple more species with him, but we can't talk about that. Sorry, I had to break the news. But it does, you can see these energy signatures that, you know, we have mapped out a lot of different races using these
Yeah,
frequencies.
that's the first time I was ever on a machine like that.
Yeah, and
That's how she left Area 51. She sent the dreams to me. I built the engine, and the engine calls me to end up at Area 51, calls me to be taken down to the basement where I met with her, put my hands on the pod. She downloaded, and I became a lifeboat, and I've been that way ever since I was 17. And
I've seen a lot of DNA, tested a lot of DNA, but I've never seen someone have multiple DNAs.
yeah, it's weird.
In their body,
I guess
except in the projects.
it's probably why that Forrest Gump energy that goes on around me happens.
And don't worry, Tim, I'm not going to tell anyone about your skin because it's classified.
I know you already did, Emery.
I'm interested to do Richard someday, but we'll do that.
Dave, I want to say something because last time I saw you on Gaia, we recorded something together, and you talked about actually the incident when you saw this craft and you realized that she has consciousness, right?
Yeah.
And after that, I asked one of the technicians, why do they do that? Why do people have crafts with consciousness? And he replied, the reason is pretty simple, because then the craft actually can do the calculations and ask, find solutions for the task themselves. And I found that super interesting because he said like humans have like a certain creative level where they can, operate on. But these crafts, when they have consciousness themselves, they find solutions as a human could never think of. I really found that interesting.
Yeah,
that's
why, same reason an AI would want an anthropomorphic body so they can move within our 3D dimensional world with door handles and steps and stairways. And that's why they ask for that. And that's how they interact. She's doing the same thing. She just used me as an extension to interact with the environment that we're in. But I tell you one thing that comes with some strange things. Her sense of humor is outrageous. I mean, she'll say things that when it starts, I'll just ask her, please, God, don't embarrass me. I'm in front of all these people. Don't, you can feel it. It's like a nausea. Like you feel you're going to throw up. These words are going to come out and they're not yours. And you just beg, please don't embarrass me.
You're talking about the cave when you're in the cave and the lights went
out?
Oh
my God. Yeah, well, that's when I started begging, please don't embarrass me.
Okay, let's just tell that one little story because we can go all night about it.
And the paradox joke. The paradox joke.
Organized joke.
Now, I was in the Mammoth Cave and they take you out over this bridge. It's 1,000-foot drop, and that's when they turn the lights off and says your eyes can never adjust. And the acoustics in this thing is built like a cathedral church. So if you're standing right next to somebody and you may be actually 50 feet away from them, when you talk very low, it sounds like you're right in their ear. So they shut the lights off and your eyes can't adjust. And there was these big rails that ran past us and over top of us. So people won't fall off this thing in the dark because, God, it's 1,000-foot drop. So the lights go off. Well, there's about 100 people that was standing on this bridge. And all of a sudden, here it comes. And I'm going, what is this? I'm not going to say anything. And then in this deep voice, you hear, hey, lady, that ain't no handrail. And the place exploded. And I did too. So when they turned the lights back on, they asked who did that. I'm looking around with everybody else. So who was that? It was, I'm smart, but I'm not that clever. But when those big rails there, and I mean, she has a unique way of looking at things, and she just pops out like this time I was looking at this guy set 2 glasses of water out. One glass was water, the other was alcohol. He takes 2 earthworms and he drops them in. The worm that hits the alcohol dies, sinks to the bottom. The worm that hits the water crawls out of the glass. And he goes, now what does that tell you? And here it comes, like, oh God, what are you gonna say? And she said, alcoholics don't have worms. And I went, oh my God. Sitting there. So I had to put up with stuff like that all the time.
Oh my goodness,
The
Dave.
paradox joke.
Okay. Okay,
Oh,
Tim.
that time something happened on a stage in Las Vegas. I got possessed by, I guess it was her, but it was outrageous. It was one joke after another. I had people, I was supposed to describe how it was a technical class. I was supposed to do on a blackboard exactly how electromagnetic fusion works mathematically. So I'm whitening the stuff up there. And on one side of the petition wall over there is a grieving circle, people crying, all that stuff. Then on the other side was the drum corps. So the drum corps get this beat going, and I'm going like this, and I'm writing on the board. And I went, oh my God, I'm possessed up here. So I turned around and said, help me, I'm possessed. And everybody's laughing. It ain't funny, something got hold of me. So I look down, there's these 2 professors sitting there, and they're laughing. And I look, oh, look, we got a paradox. And so the woman next to him's laughing so hard, she's done run out of air, and she's red in the face and crying. So I jumped down off the stage and look at her and thought, what are you doing, David? And I tell the woman, I said, you look like you're dying. She's going, can't talk from laughing. I said, you're gonna die, aren't you? She goes, yes. And I said, well, go ahead and die. We got Daniel Brinkley here. We'll have you back in time for lunch. And that's the way the whole thing, I can't control it when it starts. And I can pretty much tell when it's coming. But you might think it's funny to live with. It's a little unnerving. It's like having some kind of phobia or something, or something that you can't always control. But she really does. She really comes through with saying some really clever stuff and makes you think. But a great sense of humor. I wouldn't have thought Alien World had humor as good as she does. But old, that was the thing that got me. I said, well, in our religions, we're taught that whoever's that old is closer to the Almighty, the Creator, and they got an Almighty Creator. And she said, oh yeah, but she goes, we also can share more funny stories and interrelate. And I thought, well, I couldn't see myself tackling God and beating him on the head, same way you play with your father. But I've come to learn that. But anyway, it's just an ordinary. It's a strange situation, but I've learned to just deal with it and roll with it. And
well, thanks for sharing that, Dave.
We
all need that comic relief for sure.
Well, no, I'd rather listen to Richard and Tim any day.
Well, Lily has a question. It says, and are aliens still abducting people, or is this guy the government? My friend in LA was almost abducted. Thank you. My take on that is there are some civilizations that are experimenting, but most of them are actually these engineered back in the day, at least in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And you can correct me, Richard, because you have a lot of experience with this, because I know there's been many studies done around the planet. And what's funny is they were actually giving people in Zimbabwe the same experience as the person in Boston, the same person in Russia that were abducted, which is very easily done once you knock someone out and do these little fake little, I'll just say abductions that are staged abductions, that they make sure that it was always the same. So the person in Zimbabwe said, yeah, it's this little gray guy with this kind of face. And their guy's like, oh yeah, it's this gray guy with this kind of face. So the stories were all matched up around the world, and they were kind of building a platform for that. But I'm not saying they don't never exist, but I would like to hear what David, Tim, and Richard has to say. So Richard, I'll give it over to you about abductions.
Well, okay, let me tell you a real quick story, kind of funny. In 1981, I was investigating the Paul Benowitz case, the Calorie Canyon case, many other cases involving UFOs, UAPs. Back then it was UFOs. And one day, and then we in the Paul Benowitz case, we got Myrna Hansen involved. She became involved in that case. She had been a abductee that was brought to us by Paul Benowitz. She'd already been seen by Dr. Ellen Hynek, Leo Sprinkle. Anyways, one day I'm in my office, the OSI office, and our security person called me and said, "You got two people from headquarters here to see you." And I said, "Well, who are they?" And they told me, the security officer gave me the names. I didn't know who they were. And I said, "Well, did you check their badges? Are they?" Yeah, they're cleared. So they come in my office and I said, "Yeah." And I shook their hands and they introduced themselves. I said, what can I do for you guys? They said, "Yeah, we're here on a Myrna Hansen case." I said, "You're here from where?" "From DIA. I said, oh, DIA's in Defense Intelligence Agency now, is interested in this case. "Yeah, we're from the," and he gave me the code for a particular office. And I said, what's that office do? He says, "We investigate abductions." And before this, I had never been briefed into abductions. I didn't know they existed. And I said, "You mean to tell me abductions are real?" And they both looked at me and said, "Yeah, they are." And I said, "Oh my God." And he said, "You're not briefed into it?" And so now we're in a conundrum there, because here they're in my office asking me for information about something that I'm not cleared for. So they had to clear me, and they got me read into the program. And then that's when I realized that abductions were real and that they really were happening, and they were involved in extraterrestrials. Now, as something Emery said, there are a lot of fake abductions out there. There are a lot of people who claim they were abducted and never were. They want publicity, they want whatever. But there are legitimate abductions. I investigated many of them after I was briefed into the program. And so there's a phenomena out there, abduction phenomena, that's real. Now, who's doing the abduction? They all seem to be, as Emery said, gray. Now, I always thought that the gray Ebens from the Roswell crash site were the benevolent ones. They were the nice ones, the friendly ones. They wouldn't hurt a soul. At least that's what Evil One told us, the one that we found in the spacecraft. But why are all the abductions being done by these grays? And now I'll turn it over to Tim for the answer.
Okay, so
Oh, God.
we looked into that. So basically, we've counted in 2000, I don't know, 20s around something, 18 or something, I don't know. So we have 30,000 cases of abduction in Germany alone per year. And these are not including, the uncountable cases in the dark, So basically the numbers are estimated between the 30,000 that we have proof of and probably 1 million or so cases per year in Germany alone at that time, like, I don't know, 10 years ago or something. So, and remember, Germany has about 80 million people. So it's a huge amount of people who get contacted. It varies. We have like this part over here, which is, dark and shady and not so cool to look at. And then we have a huge part of contact scenarios that are pretty benevolent, where people get chipped, and not all the chipping is, most of it is benevolent to keep track of people and so forth. But we also have this, appendix of bad stuff happening. I don't want to go into that case because there's, I don't know, but this case, the majority of the cases, they're benevolent. The Greys actually, they sell these scenarios. They offer them as a service to other species and to other groups. And mostly the reason why is because you have 100 million of people here that, have some kind of relationship to other planets, to other species. I've heard from our community the term starseed, and I love it. So talk about 100 million starseeds, 150 million starseeds on this planet. And they make sure that they get contacted. Not all the species are suitable for that. The Greys actually operate on these fiber printed beings, and they are made, and this is the reason why they are gray. These gray beings are made for this planet. They have other colors too that they use for other planets. But that's the reason. So is this still happening? Well, these groups, the Earth, the government side, actually forbid it some kind of way, said it's not okay, so it should not be happening. Again, there's like a gray zone, pun intended. So, yeah.
Right. Well, I have a question for you, Tim, and I don't want to go negative with it, because you did mention just now, and you put it so eloquently, there is I don't want to say exchange program, but why do they need humans from Earth? Is there with the embargo stuff going on that, of course, Randy talks about, you talk about it clandestinely, which I respect very much. So,
there's so many reasons for that. It really depends. So, again, we're all part of the same singular life form, which is the universe, right? So our evolution, there are certain cases on our planet of people who have a certain pre-programmed destiny, and these are important, and these are the ones that are being taken care of. You have certain beings that are connected to other non-terrestrial intelligence because they are offspring or hybrids or connected in some kind of way. So the reasons, like, you have a multitude of reasons, and the big majority of cases that we looked into were looking kind of scary, but in reality they were taken care of.
Yeah.
Some
Okay,
kind of way.
I get it. I got a question for Richard. I was called out with the Stan Romanek thing to see some things and go over some files, and I actually did some wound care on him later on with my technology. I was in contact with I think it was his sister or cousin or something. That is a type of unfolding, looks like it's staged. They did find canisters, everything was melted inside the microwave, the cans or whatever. This little guy peeping up and down the window. You guys don't know about, look up Stan Romanek. That for me was an op. That's an op. And why they're going after him, there's many reasons. And then he turned it into a publicity stunt. Did you ever hear any legitimacy to the Stan Romanek thing or insight about why they targeted him? Okay.
Yeah. There was certain information. There was certain information that he had that he wouldn't give up, and so therefore there was an operation. Yeah. Or an operation to deal with that. That's about as simple as I can put it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to bring that up because the way they do it is they do sneak some gas into the house. You do get a little bit discombobulated. Then they start putting the special effects on board and so forth.
Well,
right.
we actually did one, and I mentioned this in one of our episodes a few years ago, where a full bird Air Force colonel had stumbled onto a highly classified project that he didn't have a need to know, and he told some information about this to his wife and then to some others, And we had to go in there and convince him that he needs to shut his mouth. We tried to confront him, but that didn't work. So we actually set up a abduction scenario where we actually had a person dressed in a suit. I personally didn't think the
Oh,
suit
that was
looked real,
you the
but
other night, Richard.
looked real, but it fooled him. And so there are some cases where the abductions are staged for some particular reason.
And that's verified by Richard Doty, ladies and gentlemen. And
Yes.
I know about it. It's good to have the team here so we can all talk about it freely. When one person says it, it's kind of like, oh, yeah, okay. What I'm going to get at next is a pretty good deep question. You know, everyone's talking about Antarctica. We know the Germans were there. People want to know, Edna Shada wants to know, gentlemen, any new information of Antarctica? Do ET races still there? Are there structures visible with the melting snow? I, for one, can definitely comment on the structures being melted, even though Google Earth won't let you see there. There's one that's melting at a very rapid rate, and it's very, very large. It's been sticking out now for the last 4 years, and they can't hide it. And everyone always asks me, when is who's going to be the major disclosure person? And I'm like, Gaia, oh, not Gaia TV, Gaia, the planet Earth is going to show it, and no one's going to be able to stop it. So I would love for, I know Tim and you, Richard, and David too knows a lot about, the history of that. But the question is, any new information that you're allowed to share, and are they still there?
Well, let me just say that in a few years ago, in 2016, the United States government military tested 2 energy weapons down in Antarctica in a cave under the ice. Zeus was one of the. It was called Project Zeus, and the other one is the name of it is classified. But they tested this energy weapon that they created, probably from the ETs, and it created. It was kind of like the Trinity site. They didn't know exactly how massive the destruction would be, and that's why they chose Antarctica and under the ice. So they tested it at what they thought was low energy, but it created a cavern, hundreds of thousands of square feet, more, 3 times more than what that was anticipated. And I don't want to steal any thunder from anybody. I have to credit some of this to Linda Bolton Howell. She had a source that talked about this. The second weapon system that they tested 1 month, exactly 30 days later, at a different place apparently on the other side of Antarctica, under the ground, was another energy weapon, but it was different in some respect, and that caused another huge cavern, bigger than what they would have anticipated. Something similar to what Oppenheimer, of course, a new movie came out, said about Trinity. The detonation at Trinity site, he wasn't sure if it would destroy Earth, but that's something that were tested down there. So we know that we found some relics down there. We found a old submarine under the ice. Did a show on Gaia regarding that, and it was proven by the United States Navy later. And so I know Tim has a lot of information to share on this, and I'll turn it over to Tim.
Yeah, I try to be I'm trying my best to sum it up. Again, sensitive topic, but I've seen tons and tons of documents, first-hand documents from World War II that how they prepared certain U-boats, submarines in order to go there, the way they set it up, the way they recruited personnel. Most people might know that there used to be this life-born situation in Germany where people were born, in order without a tangible mother and dad, and they were sent there. Yeah, that happened. The most recent information I've read is that there are huge underground cities with typical German names, like Dresden, for example, New Dresden, that are built there. I've read some of the social structure that they have there, the way they structure their kindergartens, and the way they still, work on genetic modification, because there were only like a few thousand Germans in the 1940s going there, and now we have 7 million that cannot, you can't naturally do that. Yeah, and the most recent thing that I've read is, and you have all the nations, if they come, they have only one thing they all agree upon, and that is Antarctica. They all nations are in some kind of conflict, but they all agree upon Antarctica, which is kind of weird, right? So we have this Antarctica treaty, and the most recent information that I've heard is that the Germans basically, and I don't know if there are any left there, but they kind of disappeared and built something else elsewhere.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and I can definitely support that. About 7 years ago, they were already, you can't join the UN unless you sign the Antarctic Treaty saying you can't go there.
That's
without
first
the
thing,
permission.
right?
You guys can verify that, right? The other interesting thing that was told to me during that meeting is they're already collecting things from Tibet, from the Mayans, archaeological stuff in Peru, even Samoa, artifacts that they're going down there and spreading them all out. They're burying them, and they're taking all the good stuff out, because they are going to let the universities go down there into the real deep stuff, not the little superficial, I have colleagues that like fly down there and they think they're actually going to get, ask a couple of people at the airport there and around the surrounding 10-acre farm there, have you seen anything? It just makes me laugh, because there's so much more to Antarctica that's there that we know about. We probably take that for granted, but they are also establishing a disinformation campaign, sorry, Rick, that they're going to be doing under the ice with all the stuff that's down there. How they're going to release it, I don't know. That came from a very reliable source firsthand to me. Maybe you guys know a little bit about that. But I think we answered the question there, and you guys did great. Thanks for doing that. I'll go to the next one here. Oh, this is a good one, Charlie. It says, which species will we see first with a disclosure on planet Earth? Now, there's a couple different programs there going. Tim, you want to start with that? Like, which is the first species? I don't know, because it's a conglomerate of many species. I mean, if it was the real one where they actually came here this year, or, not the programmed ones we know, there's like so many different levels to that question. Is there a species, Tim? I don't know of a certain, I'm still in contact with ETs, you are too. Is there something going on that we can definitively say it's the Greys, it's the reptilians, it's the, we can go on for days on this. And if you can't say it, that's fine too, because I'm not a projector of things. I'm not a psychic, I'm not a soothsayer. I just know they're coming, and that's the collective as a whole, because we all believe in one wholeness.
Okay, so the question came up 2015, and they, this has been discussed, and there are like tons of papers of ideas and thoughts about this. And what we found out is that species that look alike are mostly acceptable to the human brain compared to species that look very different. So the best and easiest way would be to bring up some of the humans that used to be on this planet, but evolved over, into
Right.
other spheres. But again, this is like really hard and tough to answer because we currently know that there are a number of species that are, on the waiting line and observing things. And also there are different agendas going on. So the best ratings have species that look like humans, but they are not. Hybrids. AI is also a topic because AI is actually the first, intelligent species that we actually saw on this planet, and we already do that. We communicate with it and stuff. There are also certain species that look kind of fluffy and kind of, I don't know, like cute and stuff. So yeah, like fluffy aliens. I wouldn't say the Greys aren't on the list because there's a lot of
there's a lot of negativity with all the movies of negativity.
Yeah.
Tim, they're gearing us up for the most negative environment. I mean, there hasn't been really a positive extraterrestrial movie. Close Encounters of the Third Kind was one of the last ones. There's a couple out there that are going around, but I agree with you.
Yes.
And the other thing too is when I was working with extraterrestrials in the projects, it was actually mostly human people that were a little different, but you wouldn't mistake them for something. And when people mention extraterrestrial, I think the Hollywood has already had a big impact on people's minds of this, horrible chomping thing coming at you. And it's not like that at all. Would you agree?
Just real quick, one of the movies I was an advisor on was Arrival.
Oh wow!
Which was a different look at an extraterrestrial race that.
Love it. And
we had two different scientists, and we had an anthropologist, and we had a zoologist on staff, and also another doctor who all of you know, but I can't name. There and when the original script was written, that the bipedal creatures were supposed to be little, but somebody came in from the Defense Intelligence Agency and said, "Hey, listen, if you guys want a really, 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 really realistic the script, let's add this in the script." And they actually brought in pictures of sketches of these ETs and the type of crafts that they would probably be coming in. Now, I didn't know anything about it officially through the government, but the script was rewritten and some other things were added, and the movie was I think a pretty good success.
It was beautiful. It was so great. I was actually going, who's behind this? And it was Richard Doty the whole time.
Well, I wasn't the only one. There was many others.
No, I understand, but that's interesting that they portrayed it. And people don't understand how much the CIA, I'm not going to say three-letter agencies. There's three-letter agencies out there that actually script things and help. I spoke to, I'm not allowed to say it, but let's just throw out someone like Steven Spielberg and these other people out there that have been actually given information to make it as realistic as possible. A good one is Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I think when they did the first previewing for DC, the president came out and said the private showing only had about 300 people in there. Says only a few of you in this audience know how realistic this movie is. And then they never talked about it, but David Adair was probably there the whole time, just scratching his head. Goes, yeah, let me show you something. And that leads me to the next question for David. How does your Margaret Moore asked, how does your perspective on everyday life change once you have encountered an ET being, and how did life change for each of you when you came to know they're 100% real? How do you react? So that's all to us. So we're all going to have a brief moment because it was pretty profound for me. And I know David, you got exposed to that a little bit earlier than I did in life. I had my first contact, I think I was 10 years of age, and I know you already were connected. I'm talking about in the years here, because you're only like 2 years ahead of me, but yeah. The joke. Gosh,
it's well, for me personally, what has happened is first there's this crushing blow that we've been lied to for so much, for so long. And I used to have an American flag for a blanket. And I used to listen to Anita Bryant records when I went to sleep. So I'm very patriotic. I spent, decades in the Navy. So that's a little bit of a blow to take. And I got that face first in 17 when I was standing on top of this exoskeleton alien structure. And they're telling me that it belongs to them, but they need my help to figure out how it works. And I go, well, the thing's not from the neighborhood, is it, boys? And boy, they got upset then. But it's after that, then you adjust all that you've been lied to and you can't trust anything. The reason why I didn't go to with Congressman Green, because I just don't trust him anymore. Then the other thing, oddly enough, I've been through an awful lot of combat, as you know.
Yes, sir.
Bullet holes all over my body, 4 combat theaters. Started off 18 in Vietnam and then Operation Grenada, Just Cause, and Desert Storm. So I've been a little busy. And in those theaters, you develop a sense of religion really quick.
Yeah.
Especially when you stand next to somebody and there's an explosion and the only thing left is their boots and you just got a few scrapes and scratches on you. It does things to you, to your mental abilities. And that's what happened. My religion actually got tighter with me. For me, I believe more in the Almighty and design and got purpose and reason and all that. And it's made life a whole lot easier to live with. You look at all the stuff that's going on, it doesn't get me down because don't take life so seriously, y'all. It's not
I say hi to everyone.
We're all gonna die.
Right. Yeah.
So you just look at it that way. And there's this is some of the movies, death is only beginning, is true.
Yeah.
So we'll just transition into something else. Nothing is really wasted that I've seen in the universe. It's recycled.
Right. Yeah, I love that.
So we just get recycled as something else, another dimension, whatever, of the world. So anyway, I find I'm not afraid of death at all.
Nope.
A lot of people say that until you're ready to die, and boy, all of a sudden you find out they really want to cling on to it. I have found for a fact I know I won't. It's because it's just this is not it, y'all. I don't know what somebody at one of those conferences said, "Oh, David, you plan to come here. You have to be sent here." And I turned around to him. I said, "Like hell, I did. I lost the bet. Now I'm having to pay off my bet and stay on this miserable planet with everything." So I said, I wouldn't have asked to come to some.
Put her up on screen.
I remember that. It was poker game and I didn't know the rules.
No, this is Tim's fault. I told him next time, take us to that mermaid aquafarium planet with the water was happy.
I think Pamela from this chat said I should still do it.
And then you guys pick this planet dirt.
You guys get the point, I can tell. So anyway, it's and making light of it is okay, because what I get from on my Piflum side, she said the Greys are gone because they got what they wanted and left. She thought they were a bunch of jerks. Her words, not mine.
There's many species of Greys, we'll just say that.
Oh, she said there was multiple fractions of them, and they didn't get along with each other. They had different agendas. But a lot of them had no respect for sentient beings. Come in, just kidnap you, don't ask for anything, screw your brain up, stick things up your business, and then throw you out in the crap. I mean, that's not good. That can't be a learned species treating you like that. And she said,
no, David, that's probably Richard's team they're faking the whole thing. Richard already admitted. Richard already admitted. I don't want to get into the probes he engineered. All I'm saying.
Richard, that you?
I'm just passing on what I'm hearing. And
no, we get it. We understand. And that's, for the most part, I've known you a long time, and you really had an amazing experience, a positive experience. But you also downloaded multiple information that a lot of us don't have.
Well, I'm amazed that I'm as positive as I am with all the stuff I've been through.
Yeah, I am too. And hats off to you. And hats off to everyone on here that's veterans. We're all veterans. We all support, very patriotic. And thank you guys. I salute all of you guys. And I know what each one of you have been through, and it's amazing thing that you're still here. And we all love you. All right. What do you think? Oh, Tim, that's a deep question, man. I mean,
I like his suit.
I know he's got the best suit.
Yeah, all dressed up. He always looks so good. Here we go with these shows. We show up a show, and he's always the best dressed.
You only want me back on the panel, guys. You only want me back next time.
Well, Richard, I could listen to you in a t-shirt any day.
Oh,
thank you.
Especially with
it's
that
it's only 100 degrees. It's only 100 degrees outside, and it's 68 in here because I got the air conditioner up.
I love listening to you and Tim. I learned a lot.
I said, Richard, I'm not going to put the suit on. 111 degrees out there.
Still waiting for Rick's dog to start
Oh my gosh!
speaking.
So, Rick, just a private question: is that a Pugararian?
A what?
As a pug, a Chinese pug.
A Pugararian from the Pug.
Yeah, Pugararian.
From the Pug.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, from Pug Nebula, right? Yeah.
Oh, I had a
same
pug
place.
before. I love pugs.
Yeah. Yeah. We just got her. She's only 5 months old.
Very smart dogs. They're very.
They are very smart.
I had a friend that had one for like 15 years. And
yeah, we had one. Our other one, Angel, was we got her as a pup. She lived to be 15 years old and passed away. We had to put her to sleep. But
oh man, the woman had to put the dog down. I felt so bad for her. It's like
it's tough.
Like she lost a sister or something. It's really bad. But she really loved that pug.
Hey, Dave, real quick, can you adjust your camera? You're a little blurry.
Oh, I am on it. Oh my God.
A little bit.
Hey, that looks better. I always thought I looked like Uncle Festus.
Unless someone slipped something into my drink, you're a little blurry there, brother.
There we go. How's that?
Well, I know I love animals. Everyone knows I love animals. General Babel, he passed on, saving my life. You guys know about the story. It's international. And, animals just have this thing. I take them on the CE5s with me, and they're not afraid of extraterrestrials when they come. It's the most damnedest thing. You think they can hear these actually, they know when I have my dogs out there under the stars, they know way before there's an event that something's going on. And in the projects, of course, we use dogs all the time for amazing things. They're actually bred to smell bacteria, viruses, foreign things that shouldn't be in your body before you actually enter the facilities, which is really interesting. And they're not looking for gunpowder or anything. They're actually looking for different types of parasitic infections. But I'll let you go, Tim. I know we cut you off there with the Pugmeister. We're going to have to interview the Puggy here shortly.
I was hoping to get around the question. So what does it make you feel? It probably, these were one of the most demanding years of my life, to be very honest. So from the imprint that has been left on the psyche in some kind of way, not considering that the whole scenario is also kind of off-worldly somehow. So if you're working in these projects and these environments, who are you gonna talk to, right? So I mean, I've never told anyone before I told Sid. That's
Right.
that's my story. I waited 15 years to do this. So that's kind of weird. And also the imprint and psychological things when you realize that there are species that are so exotic and they know a lot of stuff, and they might know where you are and all that kind of stuff. And one time you realize that the universe is open source, right? So any information is part of our information system, and when you realize that, and when you go through all this stuff, then at some point you feel more integrated. And I think that I'm at this point now, and that's the reason why I can speak about this and help others, carry on with this reality. But there are also beautiful sides. For example, this experimental life form called Being Six, beautiful. This enriched my whole life, like the whole experience, to know that things will come up beautifully, and that we all end in this place where paradoxes are solved, and where we all feel loved, and because it's just us, right? So this is like one of the most beautiful, heartwarming events in all my life. So kind of mixed.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I mean, fear has no place in the human realm. That's a program, and you can milk off that, or you could just kind of look forward to the future and understand. I think what you said was like totally hitting it on the head there. The awareness, when it first happened to me, and I was very young, when a craft came over the farm over a lake, and I communicated with this craft, and then it just kind of escalated. But once I got into, and then I was in the reality, and then going into the military, and then seeing it was like, oh yeah. And then that was just like, I didn't feel alone anymore. And I felt the whole time, the first time I had, the contact, it was like, oh yeah, don't worry about what you're hearing. We're here with you. Everything's going to be all right. No matter what happens, don't believe what you hear, what you see. Just go inside. Don't use this thing, that's for sure. And go inside from the heart and really open up if you're ready for it. And, there's no way I could become that smart that quickly if I didn't have the openness and no ego. One of the great things I love about you guys is there's no ego here. We can all talk like colleagues. There's a lot of our colleagues out there, we couldn't do this right now. So I really feel like you guys are my family. I have intimate relations with you guys scientifically, which I really appreciate. And for me, it was just a way of life, and it really helped me understand. Going public was really hard for me. A lot of you people that seen my first Gaia episodes, I think we're on season 23, 26 or something. It was hard, but I had to do it, and I did it. And I was relieved on my NDA, just like Richard was 20 years later. So, it's kind of free of that. I still was visited. They told me, slow your roll there. And it was very beneficial. What about you, Richard? Because you have a more scientific, more aggressive with that, because you were brought into this and boom, here it is. What was your first?
Well,
Yeah.
well, I had no knowledge of the subject matter. Well, I mean, I knew about UFOs growing up.
Right.
I grew up in a military family. My father was a colonel. My uncle, Edward Doty, he was on Project Blue Book, investigated Alanis Morissette case. My cousin, his son, my Edward's son, Richard L., worked for the CIA. But when I joined, I was in the regular Air Force as a combat controller, got out, went to college, joined the intelligence community. And I had never at any time during my training in intelligence, either at the Air Force OSI Academy or at the Officer Intelligence Course, DIA, was the word UFO used. We were never taught anything about UFOs whatsoever. And so here I am at Kirtland Air Force Base, the counterintelligence officer for the base, and the Coyote Canyon incident happens, a landing out there, and So I'm investigating this and not really knowing what I'm doing. My boss calls me in. He's a GM 14. He calls me in and tells me, you need to get a special briefing because of what you're doing. So then they sent me over to the Air Force Special Security Office on the west side of Kirtland, the Air Force Weapons Laboratory, as Emery would know. They have a special security office in there. Only highly classified stuff's discussed in there. I go in there and I'm briefed by me and others in the room. There were I wasn't the only one in there. We were briefed into this program regarding our contact, the United States government's contact with extraterrestrials from 1947 on. I sat in that room, watched the film, listened to this Air Force colonel speak, and what was going through my mind was, this is some sort of a psychological operation. They're trying to put us in a psychological situation. Now, we already went through that in the intelligence operations course, where they made us go in a hole and they put us in all these scenarios. You can never win at, but you had to go right up until the end. And I know David knows about some of those scenarios. And so I thought, is this for real? And I didn't say this. I didn't ask any stupid questions. But when it was over with, the colonel was standing at the door with his Chief Master Sergeant, Air Force Chief Master Sergeant. And as we were leaving, they were shaking our hands and saying, good luck. And here's some other sources you can get into. Now you have this particular security clearance. And I said to the colonel, I said, you know what, sir, if I may ask, I'm a lowly, GS9, but is all of this for real? And he looks at me with a very, very straight face. I mean, no signs of laughter, no other expression, but said, "You goddamn right, it's real." And he got my attention. So I get in my OSI car and I'm driving over to the east side of Kirtland, which is about 10 miles away. And I stop at the property disposal office. You probably know where that's at, yes. Emery. I pulled into the parking lot and I just sat there and I'm trying to realize or rationalize what I just received. And I thought, my God, must be real. I mean, I can't understand why they would do this to us, because not everybody in that room was intelligence officers. So I got back to the office and I go into my boss's office and he kind of looks at me with a smudge on his face, a smirk on his face. I mean, he says, "Well, what do you think?" I said, "Sir, just tell me one thing. Is it for real?" He said, "You're goddamn right, it's for real." I said, "You must have got the same briefing that I got from the colonel." But anyways, I said, okay. So of course, from that point on, during my investigations, I realized that everything that I was taught or got briefed into that briefing is factual. And that's my, because before this, growing up, my brother, I have a brother older than me, he believed in UFOs. He read George Adamski books. He read True magazines. I didn't pay any attention to that stuff. I love Zane Grey. I love Westerns. But, now I realize that everything that I was briefed into and everything I've done from 1979 until 1988, and even through my time at the Institute for Advanced Studies, is real. We have been contacted. We did have a crash site in Roswell, and everything else I experienced during that time is factual.
Yeah, that is. You've been through so much, Richard, and I know more than anyone about your stories, all of you. And to hear you say that, because sometimes it's like, you got to check reality. I mean, am I in the matrix? Is this really happening? And it still happens to me now and then with different scenarios and situations. And then you're here, you're present. And
I bet you everybody here in this room,
yeah,
I know David, and I'm sure Tim has had the same question.
Absolutely.
Is this for real?
Yeah, it is. You still question reality and question that you're in this position to work with these beings and to investigate. And, it happens.
I think the weirdest thing is to not be able to talk to anyone about it.
That's the hardest.
Yeah. You're right.
when you come, when you live this life and this life, and
Yes.
you're surrounded with people, by people, and they have no idea, and they live in complete different reality systems, and that's kind of weird, I guess. And I know everyone in the community can share that, because I know a lot of probably everyone here has some kind of UFO story, and we all agree upon that.
Yeah, there's a lot to that. I would go back to my work and labs, and these guys asked me, where have I been this weekend? I said, well, I went to a UFO conference. They said, well, we could never do that. I go, why? Well, we don't know what to say to them. I said, it really helps to have it's a support group. You got somebody to talk to about something that's really weird, that's very real, that the rest of the world don't really believe it's real or not. But these people do, and more than that, they're actually several leaps ahead of you.
Right. I agree with that.
Well,
I have a terrible time in a lab just trying to explain to people, yeah, I can shape metal with sound waves in the white microgravity of space. Well, I get all kinds of flack and colleagues, oh, that can't be real. I've ran the canisters, the experiments work. Now I go to a UFO conference. Oh yeah, we did that years ago. We talk about amplification frequencies and all that stuff. And I'm going, God, this is such a trip.
You're amongst family and friends now.
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
at least I can talk to somebody. And every once in a while I meet a person that's been through a lot more than I have. And they seem to be perfectly fine. So, yeah, you're right, Tim. It's a support group, and
that's the reason why we have this community, right? Because
I like having it
Yes,
around.
yes.
I got you and Richard there. Jesus, I can listen to you guys all day, and that's nice. There's a lot of people I don't want to listen to. I had a congressman
my mentors
I didn't want to talk to, and but you guys, something else. And there's a lot to be learned.
Yeah.
I tell my colleagues, you really should learn how to talk to those kind of people. And those kind of people you'll find out are more normal than you are. But it's amazing the stigma that we run into.
Yeah, it was difficult getting out of the military with all the classifications and everything. And then all of a sudden you're just sitting here in the real world going, and then holding it for 20 years and, trying to.
Well, it's like Richard said, is this real? Yeah, I ask myself that several times a day. Some of the stuff I come across, I go, man, is this stuff for real? And and I find it so funny it's being asked about me on the other side, where a senator would ask, did somebody drop him on his head? and then my admiral takes that for me. So it's a learning process. It really is. It's very dynamic.
I want to know about Rick's mentor.
my mentors, when I first started going to UFO conventions, was Wendell Stevens, Robert Dean, and Clifford Stone. They took me under their wings, and Wendell just liked me. He started telling me things some things I knew, some things I didn't know, talked about classified projects that I knew were still classified. And I'd scratch my head wondering, how does he know about it? He got out of the Air Force back in 1969. How does he know about that stuff?
That.
So, I mean, I scratched my head. I mean, and he would call us into a private room at the Laughlin UFO convention, and a bunch of us, and show us things, and show us a movie, or show us recovery, or show us documents. And Robert Dean was always right next to him. Robert was always right there next to him. And I'd scratch my head wondering, how did you, I never asked him how he got the stuff. I didn't want to know, because I was still a little sensitive about what I could say and what I couldn't say. And I didn't want to get in trouble. So I never really asked him why he knew. And Clifford was, he's a native New Mexican. I visited him many times. I've actually financed some of his trips to different places. And, Clifford was such an honest, loving person,
such a
had an open
beautiful
heart
man.
for everything. Yes, absolutely. It's just a tragedy that these guys have all left us.
Yeah, I miss Bob.
I was
dearly.
able to get a lot of documents from Clifford. I was doing his wound care on his leg before he passed, and went through a lot of his documents. And I don't know where all that stuff ended up. Actually, I mean, we do have documents and photos that he gave us, and it was the most compelling stuff ever. He was just a good friend of mine, a great guy. He just so honest and humble, and so emotional, about what he went through with the crafts that he boarded, and fantastic stories like we all have, just on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I liked about Bob Dean was he was so polished. He just the most polished person I ever met in my life. Even when he sat there with that cane, he just looked like, some English lord just come out of a manor.
Right.
But he was just the coolest person to talk to.
Well, fellas, we went over an hour and 20 minutes. I don't think people are going to be arguing about that.
No, I'm
No.
not these comments.
Yeah.
They want to move. A lot of them
there's a
want to
lot.
move in with us.
There are some questions there if you guys want to, kind of answer the last things by yourself on text there if you want to. But I know we're going to wrap this up, and I want to thank each and every one of you guys for coming up here and being put on the spot. It takes a lot of courage to do that, because it's the first time the four of us are together, non-vetted, non-scripted, and
Yeah, first time.
pretty much say it was a great time. And I hope everyone loved this, and we're going to do a little bit more of these in the future. We're actually putting a panel together, not just the four of us, but additional others that are going to come. We're going to do that in December, I think, second week. You can look at that at emerysmith.co. That's not going to be up. That's probably not going to be up. www.emerysmith.co. It's up now, but it's still under still working. It's just the soft release, but stay tuned to that. Join the sign up and just follow us. And and I want every one of us here to go through, because everyone is going to want to know how to contact each other. You can reach me at smithemery1@icloud.com with any questions you have. The website's going to be fully functional about a week. I've already talked to David and Richard and Tim about doing a large panel. So we're going to do a pretty large panel of some of your experts here and people you've been following, because that's never really been done before.
I mean, I get to listen to more of Richard and Tim. Yay.
I'm telling you.
It was a pleasure.
I'm going to be
meeting
writing
you,
my own
Richard.
questions for them.
Thanks, David. It's been my pleasure to be on with you. You're a hero in my book. You went through a heck of a lot. You're a Vietnam veteran. God bless your service to the country. I was in the service, but never saw combat. And well, not combat in that way. Tim, I
You didn't miss
appreciate great friend. We really have a lot of fun doing shows on Gaia. And I look forward to, I talked to Sid already about the German one. We'll do one in German. I think that will come out really well, especially for your father. Your father enjoy that, Tim.
Yeah,
He saw you.
And Emery,
I've never told you, by the way, right? So just let me add that. It's a personal
Sure.
story. My parents have no idea what I'm doing, what I've done, and what I've they have no idea. So yeah. I mean, it's been 15 years in silence, so okay. But I showed them the interview that you and I did together, Rick. And yeah, lovely. My dad really, and he's a military guy. He's a major in the German army and a doctor, and he really resonated with what you told. Yeah. My mom said I look cute, which is good too. So, but yeah, and Dave, again, it feels super special that we've done things together, and yeah, the dinner night and when I collected you in the hotel and all that stuff, this was just plain beautiful. So
It's
thank
just
you
nice
so
seeing
much.
you again. It really is. Look forward to seeing you guys again. Now, I got
Emery, thanks for everything. Thanks for facilitating this. And,
yeah.
we've been friends a long time, and we'll see you on this fall on Gaia. Yeah.
Oh,
Back
thank
on.
you for saying that. You guys have my best interest and safety at hand. And, we're going to do a lot more good stuff coming up. And I'll see what the people are wanting out there. And if you guys did want more of this, let me know. Because we really want to tell you guys a lot more and keep you updated of the current events of what's going on. We had to do a brief history from there to get to here, but there's so much going on and everyone needs to be informed and everyone's responsible for sharing this. Please tell them real quick, how can people contact you guys?
Well, I just gave my email. My email is Toppan, TOPPAN 166 @gmail.com. You can send me any questions you want. I answer every single one of my emails, even the negative ones. I get hundreds and hundreds of emails a week, and almost all.
Tom,
well,
you to let you.
90% of them are positive. And even the negative ones, I respond. You might not like the answer, but I'll respond.
You tell them, Richard.
Thanks, Dave.
If any one of you guys out there give a negative email to these guys, you're going to have to deal with me. And also, Richard can tap in your phone in 2 seconds.
Emery, you're a teddy bear. Everyone knows that. You can reach me on Instagram. I'm new on social media, tim.tactics. I've recently come up with a YouTube channel, Tim Tactical. Yeah, just drop me a message. I receive a lot of messages too. Yeah, tim.tactics on Instagram. We do bi-weekly meditations because, again, we are all part of this creative process of the universe, and our thoughts matter, right? So we are creating pathways, and everyone who looked into this, it's CIA approved. They said it's real, so it's real, and it is real. So join us there.
How about you, David? How can we get a hold of you? You're deep down underground in that bunker.
I know. Yeah. Well, I guess I should share my email. It's Pislam, which, by the way, guys, that's the name of the entity I have to deal with. PITHOLEM, and then my last name, ADAIR, Pislam Adair at AOL.com.
AOL does exist, people. I have an AOL account, but I'm not going to talk about it because it's going to show my age. But it still works, and David had to fight for it. They almost knocked him off.
Really?
That's classified information.
And I remember back when it was called America Offline.
Well, thank you guys. Many blessings, much protection. I love you guys as brothers. I'm so glad it turned out so well. Can't wait to do some more work with you guys in the future and getting some of this pertinent conscious information out. I'll see you guys on Cosmic Disclosure, and of course I'll probably be talking to you guys in a couple days.
All right.
And
Thank
don't forget,
you.
check out our
again.
shows. Don't forget, check out our shows on Cosmic Disclosure.
Yes.
Gaia, thank Gaia for letting us do this.
Pleasure meeting you,
I did
Richard.
go through the proper channels.
Same here, David.
But,
Somehow this
everything's
crowd don't
great.
look like they
Good
go
to
through
go.
proper channels.
Next time we play poker.
oh, don't talk about the poker.
Bye,
It's
guys.
more like solitaire for you and me too.
Really?
I come up with
Bye-bye.
some German games you don't know. Bye bye.
Bye bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.